welcome you please to that out by the captain, number 24, Kirsty Gordon. Followed by Essex's two openers, Grace Scrivens, number 29, and Ariana Gouch, number 83.
Hello and welcome back to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford for today's game where Essex host the Blaze in the final Metrobank One Day Cup game of the season. It's been a brilliant season, you know, the first proper season of this new regime, and we're here for the final game, the final week of Essex's competition. The Blaze still have hopes of continuing and well, will make it through to the semi-final, but they have hopes of a home semi-final. Essex, unfortunately, unable to qualify. Been unable to qualify for a few weeks now. But the Blaze, as I say, still very much on the hunt to win the whole competition. Just to run you through the teams quickly, I'll talk through it over the first over. But the major changes for Essex: Jodie Grucock, Sophie Munro, and Abtahar Maqsood all miss out. A mix of being rested and recently returning from injuries. But it sees a debut for Liberty Heap, and Kate Kopak joins the side, as does Lissy McLeod. The Blaze have Georgia Ellis and Cassie McCarthy being rested, with Charlie Phillips and Marie Kelly coming in. As we're seeing Grace Ballinger coming for the first ball of the game here to skipper Scrivens, who's happy to leave that one alone as it just swings away gently from her off stump. You're listening to Toby Reynolds at the moment. Should be joined today by a few guests throughout the day, but for the time being it's just myself. Ballinger in again here from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That was big thick edge, just about beats first slip there. Scrivens escapes there without giving her wicket away. He gets through for the single as well. Definitely moving around. It was pretty overcast conditions when the players warming up, when everyone was first arriving today, but the wind is slowly blowing what was a pretty dour cloud above us away to the left, away from the pavilion, with bright blue skies. Pretty much no clouds at all, actually, over the top of the pavilion, over to our right, which is generally where the weather comes from here at the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds. We're seeing, again, an interesting field change here. We were seeing just a fine third man, very offsides pack field for Scrivens. For Dowles here facing up, a couple mid-wickets in. And she flicks it to one there. Good stop by Georgie Boyce in there at the slightly straighter catching mid-wicket. Just to her right. Catherine Bryce, that could be a sort of wide mid-wicket on the ring. And you've also got third man and a deep backward square leg outside the ring. Everyone else inside the ring in this first power play here. Dowles just defends that one onto the front foot. She's in for her 6th appearance of the season. Has been in and around the squads. Has made a few good contributions throughout. A couple 30s, couple 40s. Hasn't batted in a couple of the games with the rain taking over as well, so she'll be partnering Scrivens at the top of the order here. Ballinger in again and just driven out to extra cover there. All of Prendergast, I think. So that is without a number on her back in there at extra cover. Good start here from Ballinger with the new ball. It's very, very dangerous at the top of the order. Or bowling out the top order, I should say. Left arm looks to swing this one back in to Dowles here. And Dowles just has to push that one into the leg side to end the first over there. Just one run from it. A thick outside edge that Wasn't too far away from first slip. But that was off Scrivens' bat. She's 1 off 2. Dow's still without troubling the scorers. 4 balls in. 49 overs to go, and it was a little bit worrying, perhaps, as I've already mentioned, with the, well, properly overcast conditions earlier today, but it is bright blue skies now, and it is perhaps turning into a bit of a batting day, we could see. It's pretty chilly, sort of 14, 15 degrees, but the Blaze won the toss, elected to bowl, and will look to chase down whatever Essex do manage to put on the board. But I reckon that the overcast conditions would have been a pretty major factor in their decision to field first. As we see Charlie Phillips taking the new ball here from the Graham Gooch end. She's got a pretty regulation ring field at the moment. Third man, fine leg outside the ring. Everyone else in, and the only slightly interesting one is extra covers open. They've got 2 points and quite a wide third slip. And Scrivens looks to cut that one away off the back foot, but it just jags back a fraction from Phillips. Yeah, so it's a slightly interesting field here from Kirsty Gordon and the Blaze. 3 fielders on the leg side, no square leg, well, there's a big gap at extra cover. And then they've got a backward point, and a sort of fine gully, a wide 4th slip. That one's full and onto the toes of Scrivens, swinging back in nicely there from Phillips. She returns to the side here today. 5 games. Oh, into her 6th game, sorry. It's actually just Catherine Bryce and Ella Claridge who have featured in every game this season in the One Day Cup for the Blaze. That one left alone by Scrivens, just pushed across her by Phillips. Yeah, I really am liking this field here from Kirsty Gordon. They know where Scrivens is strong, backward point region, and they're almost sort of challenging her to try and pick a gap and take a risk to score. That last one in particular pushed across her, but she was wise enough to leave it alone. That was a full toss. She can't cash in though. Just sort of pats that one down the ground, looking for that gap at extra. But does just prod it to mid-off in the end. Yeah, you can see on the screen there that gap. Just sort of tempting Scrivens. That driven through the gap. Only going to get a couple for it. They want 2. They will get 2. Slight fumble in the outfield. Dow's good running there. Calls Scrivens through, who was a little bit hesitant, but with Dow's running to the danger end, that was very much the wise decision, and a good piece of running there. And that is the gap that they are seemingly challenging Scrivens to try and hit through. Didn't fully time it though, and it just sort of dribbled out through extra cover. Scrivens again looking to play that one off the back foot this time. But just gets that one out towards mid-off again to end the over with a dot ball. 3 without loss here. Essex, Scrivens and Dow's at the crease. Scrivens has had a pretty mixed season so far. She was sort of right up there in the run scoring charts as we came towards the sort of final 4 games at the back end here in September of the competition, but has struggled a little bit for form. She did score a big 120 not out against the Blaze back a few months ago now. Ballinger in again to Dowes. Dowes looks to drive, but only as far as the skipper, Kirsty Gordon, in there at mid-on. Yeah, this has been a tricky one for Scrivens. She made great 50 early on in the season against Warwickshire, then a bit of a lull before back-to-back tons against the Blaze and Hampshire in that sort of middle part of the season. Dowes looks to have a big swing at that one, and there's a few hands on heads there from the Blaze, knowing that wasn't far away at all from Ariana Dowes' outside edge. Looking to try and nail that one through the covers. Again, there's a gap in there. They've got an extra cover, but no cover. So again, a bit of a gap between point and the fielder's a bit straighter. And that's the gap she finds there. Should race away across the square for at least a couple. They're going to come back for two. It's not quite got the legs to go all the way. Generally, the outfield can be pretty quick here at Chelmsford, but the weather the last week or two has really taken a turn for the worse, which I say as the sun is very much out, and I can really only see a couple clouds above us, other than those dark grey clouds that have been blown away across Chelmsford now. Ballinger in. This time worked nicely off her hip there from Dowes. They're just going to get one for it. Rotates the strike well, and Dowes is on to 3 with that. Matching her skipper, both 3 off 8 at the moment. Ballinger has just been a little bit, this over, these couple balls, both sides of the wicket. Scriven, she's back to, again, that really interesting fields. They've got both a regulation slip and a sort of gully, more regulation gully this time. Third man in between the two on the rope as well. 2 points cover. And Scrivens finds one of those points. Prendergast in there. She's alongside Michaela Kirk, who's a more backward point. Scrivens just defends. The ball continues, sort of hints of swing here from Ballinger. She got a few to go pretty well early on, but just that time Scrivens gets right the way back in her crease to defend with soft hands. Ends the third over, 6 without loss. Essex here could be pretty happy with the first couple overs. Watchful so far, but they're just going to try and lay a platform, these two, Dowes and Scrivens. There's no real need to get off to an absolute flyer. Just sort of see what is a pretty dangerous opening partnership here for the Blaze. There's a lot of spin to come as well. The likes of Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Hyam as well. Turning the ball in opposite directions. Michaela Kirk bowls some offies too. Oh, and there's a big swish again there from Dowes. Just swinging away a fraction from Phillips, but can't find the outside edge. And of course, Catherine Bryce, Orla Prendergast both offer some seam options. We'll probably see them towards the back end of the power play or into power play 2 when the 4 fielders can move outside the ring. Phillips in, and that one is driven by Dowes, but straight into the ground and just sort of bobbles up out towards Prendergast in there at cover. Couple dot balls here to start Phillips's second over. Continues on the ground Gooch end. That's again another big shot there from Dowes. Looking to throw her hands at a few of these when she is offered width. There's Dowes, but yet to connect with one. She was the first ever Centurion for the Sunrisers a couple of years ago now. And has been with the setup for a while. Obviously now it's switched over to Essex. That time she drives, finds the gap. Glorious strike there from Dowes. She's tried it a few times and that's the first one she's really got a hold of. And that raced away down towards the pavilion. Gorgeous piece of timing from Dowes. That's the first boundary of the day for Essex. With a spectacular shot there. I think perhaps didn't try and hit that one as hard as we have seen her throw her hands at a few of the others, but absolutely raced off the bat, finding that gap between the two fielders in there at point and cover point. This time down the leg side, and Bryce behind the stump. Sarah Bryce gets down well. Wide signalled by the umpire there. Umpires for today are Gabby Brown and David Milnes. Steve Davis, the match referee. Driven again by Dowes, but good piece of fielding in there at extra cover. She can only find a fielder. Be interesting to see how Essex do line up lower down in the order. As I mentioned, a couple changes with Greencock being rested, Sophie Munro and Abtaha Maqsood as well. Munro coming back from a back injury just a few weeks ago. That one's down the leg side again, and another wide signalled. Yes, I think probably sensible. No real need or reason to push Munro into what would be her fourth back-to-back game in pretty quick time as well. Not much over 2 weeks since that first game of this sort of final block of fixtures. That was last Thursday against Hampshire. Shorter from Phillips, and Dowes punches that one nicely. Again, they'll get back for two. It's a lovely shot, that one. Just straight back. Came down on it and punched that one into the offsides. 4 overs gone. 14 without loss here. Essex. Yes, their last home game here was a tight rain-affected loss to Hampshire. Just 4 runs in it. In the end, it was a 17 over a side game after the rain sort of got the players on and off without actually the first ball being bowled, but the ground staff did a really good job of getting that game on. And actually getting 17 overs itself was pretty impressive. Hampshire batted first. They made 101 for 7 off what was effectively a 100 ball game straight after the 100 had finished. 102 balls aside. Esme McGregor seemingly, as always, picked up a couple wickets. She took 2 for 17. Freya Kemp and Maya Boucher in with some runs. And Essex fell agonisingly short at the end. Ballinger continues, and that one's just turned around the corner for a single to fine leg by Scrivens. Yeah, Munro and Miller did really well with the bat, having Essex at one stage looked like they were going to kind of cruise it, a mini collapse hit, and then those two started to string the partnership back together. But I think Miller got out with about 2 overs to go, an over to go, and that pretty much sealed victory for Hampshire, despite Sophie Munro's best efforts with the bat, which have been pretty impressive. She took 30 odd as well following game. It's that one this time by Dowes is flicked off the pads. Slight misfield out there on the boundary. I think that's Kirk out there. But yeah, there's been a lot of rain these last 10 days or so. Essex off the back of a no result against Surrey a couple days ago. Surrey managed to pile on well over 300 in that game. Scrivens defends again. Yeah, hundreds for Davidson, Richards and Jones as well. But then, yeah, 45 overs in, the rain came and weren't able to get back out. Blaze, on the other hand, managed to beat Durham. And a pretty tight win again there. Just 4-wicket win. 15 balls remained in that. That one's full and straight this time from Ballinger and just finds the inside edge of Scrivens. Again, they're through for a single. Yeah, it was a pretty tight game up at Durham. Bryce, Gordon and Elwis picked up a couple twofers, a few twofers each. And then it was all of Prendergast and Catherine Bryce who put on a decent partnership together. Both made 60s. Oh, and that one's nipped away. Just pushed across Dow's this time. It looked like it was shaping back in, swinging back in, but just hit the seam and nipped away off the pitch. And Dow's just looking to prop onto the front foot, dangled a bat and just did too much actually for the batter, who I think was looking to play inside the line for the ball swinging back in. A good Yorker there to finish the over by Ballinger. Both bowled tidily these first 5 overs, Ballinger and Phillips. 17 without loss after 5 here, Essex. Very happy to just settle in, I think, and look to try and lay a platform and, I think rightfully so, get to 30 odd overs, 30 overs or so, and then you can really look to expand with what's a pretty powerful middle order to come here for Essex. Yeah, I was saying, it'll be interesting to see how we do end up lining up. Liberty Heap, I think, carded to come in at 3 for her debut. We've seen Leslie McLeod do a similar job. Joe Gardner started the season at the top of the order, but has batted at 6 and 7 since those first few games. Scrivens looks to flash at that one. It's too wide. Outside the tram lines from her, so signalled as such by the umpire. Yeah, Flo Miller and Sophia Smale in there at 4 and 5, probably. They could perhaps look to use Smale at the top, depending on what they think of Heap, who, as I say, is making her debut today for Essex. She's on loan from Lancashire. Has only played the one game, or one Tier 1 game, top tier game this season. As a T20 against the Blaze, actually. Scrivens defends to the offside again. Yeah, it was an interesting signing, perhaps in hindsight, from Essex to get Heap in. Perhaps cover as much as anything else, and as I say, hasn't played really at all for Lancashire. So they obviously wanted to try and get her some game time, but hasn't quite panned out that way down here in the southeast. Scrivens sort of chops down on that one into the leg sides. Comes back for 2. Marie Kelly out there chasing that one down, running out from mid-wicket. But yeah, with no Cordelia Griffiths, Maddie Pena, of course, back in Australia, preparing for her season with South Australia. That was driven off the back foot, punched by Scrivens. Good hand there at point, just stopped at a fraction and they pick up just the 1 for it. Prendergast doing a good job again. Yeah, Penner, a very good signing by Essex. Did pretty well in the blast. Played a couple one-day cup games as well before the 100 started. That was short and chipped back over the head of the bowler. Almost a wicket there for Phillips. Dug that one in short, and extra pace she has. Just did Dowles, who was pretty late through that shot, almost offering a simple caught and bowled opportunity, but just lobbed over the head of the seamer. Just got a bit big there on Dowles. See how frustrated she is with that. Short again from Phillips, and Dowles happy to defend this time. But yeah, with no Penner, Griffiths has a minor muscle injury. She hasn't played since the hundreds. And now, of course, Jodie Grewcock being rested as well. I think they probably did just want that extra little bit of cover that Liberty Heap has provided. And she plays today for the first game. That one's flicked around the corner by Dowles out towards Lucy Hyam down there at fine leg. 6 overs gone now, 22 on the scoreboard. And the Blaze, on the other hand, as I say, Georgia Ellis and Cassidy McCarthy both rested. Just given a little bit of a break after what's been long seasons for them both. Ellis just missing one game up until now in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Obviously played a big part of their T20 Blast competition. Same with McCarthy, and both obviously featuring in the 100 as well. But that gives Marie Kelly and Charlie Phillips opportunities. Kelly for just her 3rd game in this competition, but did feature pretty heavily in the Blast. Phillips in for her 6th, but Ballinger with the ball now. That one's cut away by Dowles. They can get through for a quick single. Prendergast gets down well. But they're through for 1. Good piece of hit and run cricket there from Dowles, just to rotate the strike and get down the other end. Yeah, so it's likely we'll see probably Sarah Bryce and Georgie Boyce opening the batting. Is what they've done the last couple games. Kelly perhaps in there at 5, but could be used at the top of the order as well if they wanted someone a bit sort of almost pinch hittery. So that one's flicked nicely out to the fielder down there at fine leg, Hyam. Sarah Bryce and Georgie Boyce actually, and Ellis a little bit, but to a lesser extent in this competition, have batted all over for the Blaze in both the One Day Cup and the T20 Blast. Just because they have such a strong bunch of England players to the Blaze. Defended by Dowles. The likes of Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones, Sarah Glenn as well, who's recently been recalled to that setup for the World Cup in India, starting a couple of weeks now. Not long at all. But that does mean that you do see a fair bit of change to the Blazers line-up throughout the season, with Jones and Beaumont at the top of the order generally. That one's defended into the offsides. Going to run away quite quickly across the practice squares. They'll just get 1 though. Scrivens with a firm call of no, sending Dowles back. But yeah, it does mean that we've seen probably the best part of 6 or 7 batters at the top of the order for the Blaze, all sort of almost taking turns and rotating around, but they have been competitive in both competitions despite that. That one's another good ball there from Ballinger, attacking the stumps. She's done that well today. Again, just a gentle hint of away swing. She did find that thick outside edge off Scrivens' second ball of the game. But other than that, hasn't generated significant chance. Scrivens looks to try and cut that, but Finds the bottom half of the bat and fires it straight into the pitch. 7 overs gone now. 4 bowled by Ballinger, 3 by Phillips, who you assume will continue. Perhaps her last, but she has bowled tidily. A little bit more expensive than Ballinger, who's gone for just 10 runs from her 4 overs. Phillips 15 from her 3. And with the likes of Catherine Bryce and Orla Prendergast as options, you perhaps think it would be a good opportunity to get one of them into the game inside the power play. As Dowes drives that nicely, but good piece of fielding in there at extra cover. Stops that one, just a little tumbling dive to her right. Just defended solidly there by Dowes. There are a few other games going on around the country today as well in this final round of fixtures in the One Day Cup. And of course, men's T20 Blast Finals Day gets underway in Edgbaston. Should be starting pretty much now, actually. That was short from Phillips there, but Dowes can only find fielder in there at point. Kirk again. Looks like we might have the first result of the day, perhaps. Yeah, we have. Match abandoned without a ball being bowled. Hampshire against Lancashire. That one's just down the leg side. Tickled nicely. Very fine there. Could race all the way to the rope. No, going to be cut off just before the boundary there. But Dowes adds 2 to her tally. Yeah, looking to play that game down in Arundel. Hampshire against Lancashire. But unfortunately already been abandoned, which means Hampshire secure a home semi-final. They move on to 45 points. As that's driven again by Dowes, but doesn't get a hold of it and stopped by the bowler. Yeah, so Hampshire, that means move on to 45 points and will, well, guaranteed to top the table. Which means the Blaze and Lancashire will be fighting out in a 2-horse race for the other home semi-final option, finishing second as Dowes defends. And then of course it's, well, pretty much a match-up between Surrey and Durham for that 4th spot. Somerset still in the mix, but Surrey up at Chesterley Street today, so it's likely, well, a Surrey win, they guarantee themselves into the semi-final. But there's still an opportunity for Durham, who have a better net run rate than Somerset, but if that's a pretty tight game and Somerset win pretty convincingly against Warwickshire, then Somerset themselves are in, could finish in that top 4 and make it through to the semi-final. So there's still a lot to play for quite a few of these teams here in the competition. The Blaze, most significantly. Essex, as I said earlier, unable to qualify. They're currently bottom, just 1 point below Warwickshire, who they defeated about a week ago now. Picked up a couple no results in the last few games too. Rained off against Somerset before the 100 and against Surrey a couple of days ago. Ballinger continues here for her 5th. Scrivens just turns the first one down to fine leg for a single. 28 without loss, 8 and a bit overs in now. Essex. But yeah, so it's going to be a very interesting day today. Just seeing how all the games do pan out here. If the Blaze win, they'll pretty much guarantee themselves a home semi-final. There is an opportunity where, actually no, I completely lie. The Blaze have actually, or will guarantee themselves, a home semi-final if they get any points from this game. A tie will actually be enough to keep them ahead of Lancashire, who currently just 1 point ahead of the Blaze. There's that one. It's a bit wider by Ballinger. But yeah, with Lancashire having a tie, having a no result, the Blaze know exactly, or will know exactly what they need to do to get back ahead of them. And then, yeah, leaves Surrey and Durham and Somerset fighting out for that 4th spot. Again, Dow's looking to cut that one away, but unable to connect. A single and 3 dots from Ballinger's final over inside the power play here. She connects this time, finds the gap. Lovely shot there by Dow's. Just about beats the fielder over to the boundary, just teasing her the whole way. And again, Dow's with a glorious drive. After missing out on a couple, she connects sumptuously with that one, and it races away across the square over towards the boundary, and up for another 4 here for Dow's. Big appeal there from Ballinger, and only from Ballinger, to end the 9th over. 32 without loss here. Essex. Scrivens and Dow's doing their job perfectly at the moment.
Take the ball at the Granfield end, the captain, number 24, Kirsty Gould.
Kirsty Gordon, the skipper. Oh, almost gets an opportunity first up there. Just driven uppishly by Scrivens. This is the final over of the power play here, and Gordon's turn to herself here. Scrivens cuts that one away, finds the gap. There's no one back on the offside, and that should be her first boundary of the day. It is. A lovely shot there by Scrivens. Just read the length and opened up her body to carve that one away through the offside. There's just the one fielder outside the ring for Gordon. A sweeper at deep forward square leg. About 5-10 yards in off the boundary. Everyone else inside the ring, and Scrivens clips that one out to mid-wicket. Marie Kelly in there attacking the ball and doing the fielding. Scrivens defends. Happy to pat that one out to Catherine Bryson there at extra cover. They have dropped a fielder out there to the cover boundary now after Scrivens picked up that 4. She sweeps this time and it gets through the fielder in there at square leg. You get 2 for it. Ella Claridge unable to get her body behind that one, just sort of squeezes underneath her. But Michaela Kirk stops that one before it reaches the boundary. That time chipped to Claridge and gone. The final ball of the power play. Scrivens offers a simple catching opportunity to Claridge in there at square leg. She'll be disappointed with that one. Just got a bit big on her and found the top edge and looped for a simple catch to Claridge. Kirsty Gordon with the first wicket in her first over of the day. It had been a very good opening partnership by Dowes and Scrivens, who'd looked to lay a platform. They'll be disappointed they won't be able to push on and keep adding to the total. And that's a very good way to end the power play for the visitors here. 38 for 1, 10 overs in. And Scrivens departs. That'll be her final knock of the season. Her first season as Essex captain. Lissy McLeod in at 3. We weren't 100% sure how Essex would line up here. So they've opted for McLeod at 3. You assume perhaps
change bowling at the start. On 17, Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, so McLeod will be at the non-striker's end here as Catherine Bryce comes on for her first over, just as the power play ends. But yeah, we weren't 100% sure how they would line up. Smale and Flo Miller. You assume maybe at 4 and 5 will retain their spots there, but yet to see. Dowes faces up, cuts that first one away. Into the fielder there at point, Ella Claridge. But yeah, McLeod looks to be positive, generally. Oh, and that one not far away from the outside edge there. By Bryce. Nipped back in, actually. She does look to swing the ball and nip the ball back in towards the stumps. You assume she'll continue with that. That time a bit wider. Just about stays inside the blue lines, the tram lines, but again does swing back in. That one's chipped almost back towards her. Not far away from the outstretched arm there of Catherine Bryce for a caught and bowled opportunity. But Dowes does survive there. She's on 19 off 38. Been a watchful innings, but have been a few half chances, or not even half chances. So that one's whipped into the leg side, finds the gap at mid-wicket. Can just get down the other ends. First runs conceded by Bryce, who is one of the leading wicket takers in the competition. She's taken 17 wickets at 25. I think tied fourth on the list at the moment. We'll have a few more opportunities with the Blaze guaranteed to get through to the semi-final. That one's chipped again, this time by McLeod through mid-wicket. Not far away from Georgie Boyce in there. Sort of catching mid-wicket, just to her right. That's 11 overs gone, 40 for one. Grace Scrivens, the sole batter to depart so far. She'll be disappointed with her dismissal. Just a top edge on the pull shot, swivelling around off Kirsty Gordon. Simple catch for Claridge in there at square leg. But she laid a platform nicely with Dowes early on. Often how Essex have done well is they try and construct a reasonable top order partnership early on and then can look to try and push on, be expansive towards the back end of an innings with a pretty strong batting lineup they have. As McLeod just defends the first ball of the 12th over here. Yeah, so Sophia Smale, Flo Miller, Joe Gardner and Liberty Heap, you assume, will make out the rest of the top seven. As there's a big appeal there, Gordon actually ends up wheeling away in celebration before an umpire raises her finger. I'll have to look at that one again. Gordon was absolutely convinced. That does look very tight. McLeod was quite a long way forward there onto the front foot. Same again there. Gordon again wheeling away, this time to a lesser extent. And again, we'll have to look at a replay for that one. McLeod looking to just play around her front pad here. Big strides down. That time, I think, probably is sliding. The first one, though, much, much closer. Maybe McLeod got herself far enough down the track or far enough outside off. Shorter that time. McLeod chips. It's put down there in at mid-wicket. That could be 3 and 3 that Gordon's would have wanted to have had, but McLeod survives. Yeah, straight on the full there to mid-wicket, but it's put down disappointingly. And McLeod this time launches a drive down the grounds, punishing the Blaze for their missed opportunities here. A lovely shot there by Lissy McLeod. We know how strong she is down the grounds. This time she looks to cut one through the offside. Twelve overs gone, 44 for one. And the Blaze, that over there could have been the one to cut Essex open and really look to try and attack the middle order. But a couple LBW shouts turned down, and that drop as well in there at mid-wicket. Be a disappointing one. As Dowes defends first up there. So that one's just turned into the leg side there. by Dowles again. But yeah, McLeod already making the Blaze pay with that gorgeous lofted drive. Oh, the ball after being dropped. As Dowles turns into the leg side and direct hit and gone. Dowles looking to try and turn over the strike. In the end, runs herself out with a superb piece of fielding. Georgie Boyce, brilliant from mid-wicket. Just had one stump to aim at and did not miss. Whips that one into the leg side there, does Dowles. And it's about a yard short in the end. She was always struggling. Hesitates a fraction. And Georgie Boyce, brilliant. Absolutely superb in there at mid-wicket. 2 down now, Essex. Having made a really solid start. 9.5 overs into the game. 38 without loss. They've lost 2 wickets in quick succession here. Both openers gone, Scrivens and Dowles. They've got to be a little bit careful after building that strong opening partnership. And we see here Liberty Heap coming to the crease at number 4 for her debut. Her first game here for Essex. On loan from Lancs. Given an opportunity. Down in the south of England now, though. Her first one-day cup game of the season. Her first, technically ever, I guess, with the change to the setup. She's in at 4. Has to face up to Catherine Bryce here. Not an easy start to your one-day cup career. McLeod just coming down to give her a couple words here. Oh no, sorry, McLeod is on strike, isn't she? Yes. Dowles was the one who was run out at the non-strikers' end. So Heap has to wait for her first ball a little bit longer. Good spot there by the umpires. Bryson to McLeod. Oh, and almost picks up a wicket first there. Nips back in off the seam and inside edge. The only thing that saves McLeod. Just about keeps that one off her stumps. Slashes at that one, finds the gap. Gorgeous stroke there from Lissy McLeod. That's her second boundary of the day. You could hear that one echo around the ground off her bat there. Sounded gorgeous. Just sort of rolled the rest. Almost a kind of tennis shot, that one. Double-handed forehand through the offside by McLeod. Full straight and looks to try and whip that one away, but I think clips the pad on the way through and ends the over with a dot there. A big run out, big wicket for the Blaze. Both openers gone for Essex. Having made a pretty good start to the day there. 48 for 2. 13 overs in now. Scrivens the first to go. She made 16 off 26. Fell the final ball of the power play to Kirsty Gordon. Caught looking to pull one into the leg side. A simple catch by Ella Claridge in there at square leg, and then Dowles run out last over as that one's full from Gordon. Could be tight at the bowler's ends, but Heap manages to get off strike and get home safely. Her first runs of the day, a single there, just tickled into the leg sides. Dab down the ground, but a good piece of fielding. Been off there, diving to her right, means just going to be the single. McLeod unable to squeeze that one through. Looks Looks to drive this one. Does Heap. But a dot ball. Defended solidly there by Heap. Gordon really rattling through her overs here. 2 singles, 2 dots so far. That one's down the leg side, signalled as a wide by the umpire there. Gabby Brown standing in at the Graham Gooch end at the moment. Floated up and Heap looks to drive again, but sort of whips it into the leg side instead. That one, again an appeal by Gordon, but they'll scamper through for a single. Leg by, though, not off the bat by Heap. 14 overs gone. That was the 50 up in that over there as well. Yeah, 52 for 2 here, Essex. Having been... well, the platform was laid. And now they find themselves just having to rebuild and get going again here. McLeod and Heap. Heap faces up. Just dabs it out to Boyce. Not looking to take a single this time after Boyce's run out over before last. Yeah, McLeod back from concussion. Her first game in a few weeks here for Essex. As that one just jags back again here from Bryce. She's really getting the ball to talk so far. Here's Catherine Bryce. Fuller this time and driven nicely by Heat, but a good stop in there from Marie Kelly. I mean, she just picks up 1 for it. Oh, and I think that could have been a inside edge there. Catherine Bryce, like that one, was looking to appeal. Sarah Bryce behind the stumps, unable to take it cleanly. I think that could have been another opportunity there, but wasn't far away from the top of off. That one's whipped into the leg side by McLeod. Good use of her bottom hands there to get that one away. Out towards Michaela Kirk. Solid defence there by Heap to end the 15th over. 54 for 2 now. So we're a little under a third of the way through Essex's innings here. They've still got a while to go, and it's more important than anything else to have wickets in hand, as we've seen pretty much all competition. But you need, particularly in the first innings, you need wickets to be able to target the final sort of 10, 12 overs and really look to explode at the back end to get put on those big totals which just take it out of touch from the opposition. And the Blaze have been so strong all competition. Pretty impressive chasers in a few games. They tied with Surrey, chasing they set 346 and ended up tying that game there. Driven down the grounds by McLeod for a single. They chased over 300 against Somerset. 305 for 6 they ended up in that game. Most recently, of course, they beat Durham, chasing over 250. There, four-wicket win. About 15 balls to go. Prendergast and Catherine Bryce, 67 and 66 respectively in that chase. That one's over the top. Oh, what a way to announce yourself there, Liberty Heat, with her first boundary in Essex colours. What a shot that is. Big drive, straight back over Kirsty Gordon's head there. That one just races to the rope. Easy on the eye as that shot by Heap. Just defends this time though, not looking to go back to back. But yeah, so Essex will know that, particularly on what's generally quite a good pitch here at Chelmsford, well, no, they have to get a reasonable score on the boards as Heap slashes that one back over the head of Kirsty Gordon again. 2 boundaries in the over now, that time flatter. Gordon perhaps thought she was in with a catching opportunity for a second, but it flashed over her head. Too fast for her to get a hand to, and too fast for Long On to get round and stop it before it crashed into the advertising hoarding there. And again, Heap just sensibly defends to end the 16th over. 9 from it there, a pretty helpful over for Essex. Heap showing the fans what she can do on her debut here for Essex. It's a reasonable smattering of fans around the ground, generally all to the right of where we are here in the press box and the commentary box. Good group of fans across the pitch from us in the boxes. Couple down in front of the pavilion. Top of the Tom Pearce. People wrapped up in their coats and hats. I think the sun is a little bit of a false. That was down the leg sides. False advertising here. It's definitely nippy at Chelmsford today, despite being a glorious sunshine, bright blue skies and not many clouds, but the wind is definitely whipping around the ground here. He cuts that one. Does McLeod going to get back for 2? Does go all the way in the end. Looked like Hyam out there might be able to drag that one back in, but just beats her, racing across the outfield through extra cover. Sorry, Heap that was, not McLeod. But a lovely strike. Her 3rd boundary. 14 off 15, the debutant at the moment. Looks to drive, this time through the offside, but Georgie Boyce with a perfect long boundary to stop it there. Cut away by Heat, but Ella Claridge in there at backward point, just able to get her body behind and field. They settle for a quick single, but Kirsty Gordon there at Long On is actually right the way back on the rope, with McLeod and Heat both showing their intent to go down the ground already today. Just looking to have that little bit more protection. She's not all the way back, Gordon. Kind of 3/4 of the way towards the rope. And McLeod's again uses that to her advantage, just dabbing one down the ground to the Blaze skipper. 70 for 2. 17 overs in here. Heap and McLeod's just rebuilding. After the second wicket, Dowell's run out halfway through the 13th over, sorry. You can see there, Scriven's gone first. Chipped to Claridge in there at square leg off the bowling of Kirsty Gordon. Then Ariana Dowell's run out. Brilliant piece of fielding by Georgie Boyce. But it's McLeod and Heap now at the crease. Come together for reasonable partnership so far. McLeod's right the way down the track onto her front foot to play round her pad towards mid-wicket. Driven there towards long off. Oh, looks to try and pull that one into the leg side, does Heap, but doesn't connect in a half-hearted appeal this time from Gordon. No celebratory appeal after we saw a couple of those about 5 overs ago now. That one's just chipped out towards long on. Heap onto 16 off 20. That time by McLeod, chipped again. Out towards long off this time. High elbow there, just keeping the ball over the offside. They have a catching, sort of very straight extra, a wide, silly mid-off. Can't quite see on the screens, as there's a bit of a mix-up. McLeod sent back, rightfully, by Heap. Ends the 18th over there. Partnership reaches 30 with that. Yeah, McLeod's has played, this is her 9th game for Essex in the competition. As I've already mentioned, she's sort of batted all over for Essex. Started in the middle or lower middle order, ended up opening for quite a large part of the kind of middle games of that first block right at the beginning of the season. After Gardner started opening and they ended up swapping, Gardner dropped down to the middle order. And now she's in at 3 as McLeod. As Heap drives just for 1 to Gordon in there, that kind of 3/4 mid-on. I think she's perhaps just thinking, is that the right decision to go halfway? She will return to it, but I mean, she is offering an easy single, and yeah, I think they're just having a chat now. Bryson's, that's Marie Kelly perhaps thinking she could come into the ring, Gordon. But Bryce continues here. McLeod looking to push 1 to the offside. That one slapped back at the bowler. Good stop there on the half volley from Bryce. Picked it up really well, really cleanly. Pretty impressively, actually. McLeod looking to be, or get on the front foot again and be positive. Similar there, back to the bowler. But yeah, McLeod, high score of 45. She made against Lancs at the top of the order. In what was the 4th game of the season. That was when she kind of nailed herself down for at least a little bit at the top of the order. This time she goes aerially over the offside, but There's no one in there at cover. It would have been a simple catch, but Hyam's out on the rope. Gets the single for it, McLeod. Yeah, high score of 45, couple 20s and 30s as well. But no major knocks this season for McLeod in the One Day Cup. Full again there from Bryce, who again has to stop the ball. Couple bounces back towards her. 76 for 2, 19 overs gone. But yeah, McLeod will want to try and finish the season strong here. Yeah, that 40, what did I say, was that 41, sorry, 45 against Lancashire. High score in all competitions actually this year. She made 44 against Warwickshire, a rapid one off just 24 deliveries in the T20 Blast. And again, a couple 20s and 30s, but no major contributions outside of those. And as I say, Liberty Heaps just played the one game against the Blaze for Lancashire in the Blast this year, but she's making her Essex debut today as Lucy Hyam, some off spin, comes into the attack. And McLeod just first up, happy to nudge one down the ground for a single. Shorter this time and cut away nicely by Heap. I think they want two. McLeod comes with the early call of yes, and slightly wayward throw there. Means they get home comfortably in the end. Good piece of running by the Essex duo here. Hyman for her third delivery. Full this time, and Heap looking to try and latch on and smash one down the ground. Doesn't connect. She hits it with a bit more cross bat out towards the sweeper down there at long on. Gordon herself out there now, the skipper. Nearing the 20th over, the end of the 20th over here. Full again, full toss. McLeod drives, finds the gap, pierces the gap, and picks up 4 for it. Lovely strike there from McLeod, latching on to one that's just tossed up a bit too much by Hyam. Doesn't try to overhit it, does McLeod. Holds her shape really nicely. You can see on the replay there. Just kind of opens the face of the bat a little bit to find that gap. And it races away across this rapid outfield here at Chelmsford. She's on to 21 with that. This time into the leg sides. Just going to be one. Both McLeod and Heap into the 20s with it. And that's 20 overs gone as well. 85 for 2. Run rate at just over 4s at the moment. But I don't think that will worry Essex. This is the same pitch that was used in the county championship game between Essex and Durham here last week. So it is used. You can see, yeah, you can see it's pretty bare. A lot of footmarks in and around the stumps. But we've not seen anything from the spinners massively grip and turn. And Abtaha Maqsood not actually selected by Essex, so perhaps they're thinking it might just play a bit more like a sort of normal batter-friendly pitch here at Chelmsford. There wasn't a huge amount of cricket played on it, with the rain coming in and having a pretty big impact on that week of fixtures. Orla Prendergast now comes in. Just played out into the offside off the back foot there by McLeod first up. Yeah, so this is one of the Blaze' other seam options. Probably the only other one we'll see. Rice, Prendergast, and obviously the two openers, Ballinger and Phillips as well. Phillips bowled 4, Ballinger 5, so they'll come back later on, you assume, as that one's slashed at again by Heap. You see Hyam again out there, doing a fair bit of fielding so far, the all-rounder. Just a reminder as well, if you do want to get in touch with us today, you can get in touch with me on Instagram or X, @TReynolds_sport. Any comments, any questions? That one's a bit shorter this time. Finds the outside half of the bat there from McLeod. Down towards the sweeper in there. Ballinger at third man, out on the rope. But yeah, if you want to get in touch, any comments, any questions, should have a few guests joining me throughout the day as well. That one's short, pulled away nicely in front of square, should run away for 4, does. Beats the fielder out there at deep square leg. Lovely shot by Heap, just read the length, dropped a fraction short and Heap pounced on it. Smash that one away into the leg side. This partnership continues to build here between the two, McLeod and Heap. Prendergast in again, 5th ball of the over. Heap slashes at that one. But Bryce in there manages to stop it extra. Yeah, having been pretty watchful early on, these two are starting to ramp it up a little bit with bat in hands. Been pretty positive, found the boundary on a number of occasions each. That one down the leg side, a big appeal, wide signalled. Boyce and Gordon both with hands in the air. Thought there was something on it, perhaps a scrape of a stud on the pitch or bat into pads, but umpire happy to signal a wide. Extra ball here in the over. Still one to come. Oh, and almost an edge there. Big swish again by Heap. But doesn't find the edge. Been a few times it's narrowly avoided. Everything on its way through to Sarah Bryce behind the stump, so she's got a helmet run onto her. Just having a bit of a chat with 12th man. Yeah, 21 overs in now. Essex nearing the hundreds, 93 for 2. As the Blaze have picked up the 2 wickets of the openers in pretty quick succession, but Essex have been reasonably comfortable otherwise. Hyam looking to make that change now. McLeod just pats it back to her first up. Blaze still in the hunt here, knowing that any somewhat positive result, a tie, no result, or a win for them. That one's short and just chipped out towards long on. Tie, no result, or a win will seal their home semi-final place alongside Hampshire, probably against Lancashire as well. Floated up and carves away there. Another really nice shot by Heap. Just effortless, just uses her wrist and whips that one through the offside. She's batted very nicely so far. She's into the 30s with that as well. Just a fraction over pitched, but almost yorked Heap, who does really well to kind of fire that one away with that great use of her wrist, as I say. This time a full toss onto the pads, and Heap can only help it out towards the sweeper out there at Cow Corner, down there in front of the Felsted school stand. McLeod using her feet to get to the pitch there and punches it out towards long on, and that brings up the hundreds for the home side here. 21.5 overs in. They very much started to speed up these last 5 or so overs. Heap this time. That one out to deep square leg. Was Marie Kelly down there on the rope and ends the 22nd over. 101 for 2. Toby Reynolds at the moment here as Essex take on the Blaze in the Metrobank One Day Cup. The final game for Essex of the competition. Final game of the group stage, final round of the group stage, but the Blaze looking, well, will make it through to the semi-finals, looking to try and win a home semi-final here. Needing 2 points to seal that. Where they will take on Lancashire. They are unfortunately unable to. Well, actually, a convincing win could see them top the whole table, the Blaze. As Heap looks to help that one into the leg side, but doesn't connect. Yeah, so they're currently, so just to run you through the table, Hampshire 45 points, the net run rate of 0.53. The Blaze are currently on 40, so they'd need 5 points and to better Hampshire's net run rate, but they could top the whole group here, actually. It's defended, again into the offside. Yeah, Blaze currently net run rate 0.411, so they'd need to really get their, well, pretty convincing win here, because they need the bonus run rate as well, the bonus point by having a net run rate greater than 1.25 of the opposition in a game. So basically a convincing win, you get 5 points for it. Just a regular win, you get 4. So that was cut away by Heap. Lancashire currently on 41 points, are ahead of the Blaze, so would be on track with a better net run rate as well than the Blaze. But a tie and no result, a win, any result, any non-negative result for the Blaze sees them re-overtake Lancashire and will face them in the home semi-final. That one's dropped into the offside. Quick single. They've got a scamper here. Got to be tight. McLeod does get home safe. Possibly could have been out there, but did get a bit of help with the slightly wayward throw. And then, yeah, Surrey, Durham and Somerset currently all vying out for that final spot in the semi-final. Short, pulled, up in the air. Could be a catching opportunity. Oh, great diving grab there. What a takeout in the deep. Prendergast digs one in short. And Heap looking to take on the short ball. Helped it on its way. But Catherine Bryce with a spectacular grab. Diving down out there from deep mid-wicket. Just hung in the air for a really long time. Prendergast with a bit of extra pace in that one. Brought that full shot from Heap, who had batted nicely, and what a grab that is from the Scottish international. Blaze again chipping away with wickets there. Far away from drinks now, and that third wicket falls. Heap did bat nicely for her 33 on debut. But she's back in the pavilion, unable to have any more impact on the game with bat in hand. Brings Flo Miller out at number 5. Her favoured 5. She's playing her 10th game of the season. Missed a few with injury throughout the middle. But she's back after that break out of the game. An ankle injury it was. She made a spectacular 145 not out off just 108 deliveries during August in a twos game against Hampshire while the 100 was going on. She also chipped in with 20 against Hampshire, well, the Hampshire ones here a couple of weeks ago, about 10 days ago. She's facing up to Prendergast now. Finds a thick outside edge first up there. Just the Irish all-rounder. .23 overs gone, 104 for 3. Just after the 100s came up, they lost a wicket. They lost one just after the 50 came up as well, and just before the end of the power play. It's seemingly these milestones where Essex, I think, just coincidentally are losing their wickets. But it's keeping the Blaze interested here. 104 just before drinks now. 2 overs to go. You'd assume anywhere really between 200 and 300 is on the cards. Over 300, pretty unlikely, I'd have to say. 250 maybe the most likely of all. So there's an appeal there. Hyam doesn't go up the bowler, but Sarah Bryce and Kirsty Gordon both with loud appeals. Miller again happy to defend. Just patted back to the bowler by Miller. Yeah, didn't take part in any of the T20 blast. Did Flo Miller because of that ankle injury. It was just before the change in formats. She cuts that one away nicely though. Almost runs into Lissy McLeod halfway down the wicket. Use of feet from McLeod, and then can just turn that one out towards long on. 1 ball left in the 24th over here. Hyam's third. She's gone for 19 so far, reasonably expensive. Ends with a dot ball though. Almost crashes into McLeod there, but manages to stop it in the end. 106 for 3, 24 overs gone. Just 1 over till drinks. Currently pick of the bowlers. It's a tricky one. People have either seemingly picked up wickets or kept their economy down. Ballinger's went for 15 from her 5 overs with the new ball. Bowled very nicely, I thought, but didn't generate any major opportunities other than, I think, second delivery. She found the outside edge of Scrivens that flew between slip and gully for a single. Charlie Phillips could have had one as well. With her extra pace, just got Dowles early into a shot that looped over her head. Gordon's gone for 26 from her 5 overs, but did pick up the big wicket of Grace Scrivens. Prendergast continues here. And gets beaten all ends up there. Not far away at all from the top of off there by Lissy McLeod. Looking to try and pull that one away. Just kept a fraction low perhaps. Look here, yes. Oh, it really not far away at all from off stump. Just nipped back a fraction. Stayed a bit lower than McLeod was expecting. But she survives. She continues here. Just nudges one into the leg side. They're going to push, but only going to get 1 for it. Slightly wayward throw from Kirk means they would have probably made it very comfortably home for 2, but closed it down fast enough to put them off coming back for a second. Yeah, back to the bowlers. Catherine Bryce has bowled very well. 16 runs from her 5 overs, but again hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. That one though, up in the air. Prendergast could have her second. She does. Miller looking to pull it into the leg side. Bit of extra bounce, a bit of extra pace again from Prendergast. Dug in short, finds the top edge, and loops up to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. You can just take an easy catch with the gloves on. Drinks will be run on a bit early here. Prendergast with her seconds. Again, just not quite short enough, I think, for Miller to try and pull that one away. Perhaps just misjudged it a fraction. And again, that extra pace that Prendergast has just skidded through, and Miller just got herself in a bit of a muddle. We'll see Sophia Smale here come in at number 6. She's going to join Lissy McLeod, who's 29 off 35. But I'll have some drinks first. Let's just run you through what's happened so far. If you are just joining us at the moment, you can see on your screen there that Scrivens and Dowles, the 2 openers, actually did come together for a reasonable opening partnership. Very watchful 38. Scrivens fell the final ball of the power play, looking to turn one into the leg side. Just top edged a simple catching opportunity to Ella Claridge in there off the bowling of Kirsty Gordon. Dowles was run out a couple overs later, looking to try and turn the strike over. Really good piece of work by Georgie Boyce. And then Heap and McLeod came together for a good partnership through the middle overs. Heap ended up falling. Prendergast with a bit of extra pace just found the top edge as Heap looking to pull one away, but a really good grab by Catherine Bryce, charging in off the rope from deep mid-wicket. And then Miller lasted just 7 deliveries before she again was got by Prendergast, again with a bit of extra pace looking to pull, and again a top edge, this time though taken by the keeper Sarah Bryce. McLeod at the moment 29 not out off 35. She's just been joined by Smale, who's in there at 6. We're still a reasonable batting depth to come. Joe Gardner in at 7 likely, Amara Carr and Eva Gray at 8 and 9. Not quite sure what order they'll come in. It's been rotated around throughout the season. Perhaps Carr will come in first if they're just looking to continue to settle. Gray perhaps if they want to be a bit more expansive, and then Kate Kopak and Esme McGregor in at 10 and 11. On a bowling front, Prendergast has definitely been the pick of the bowlers. Just in these last couple overs, she's picked up a couple wickets, having been reasonably expensive off her first couple overs. She's taken 2 for 12 from 2.5 overs now. Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips took the new ball. Ballinger 15 off her 5 and Phillips 17 off her 4. Couple chances but no major ones early on. Gordon picked up, as I say, the wicket of Scrivens with immediate effect. Could have had one as well in the 12th over. McLeod was put down at mid-wicket. Bryce and Hyam, Catherine Bryce that is, and Lucy Hyam have bowled as well, 5 and 3 overs respectively. As we should be underway here. 3 more balls remain in the 25th over. Smale will be facing up, and very much in the balance now. Essex have batted very well, but just wickets have continually chipped away and kind of kept the Blaze in the game, which is not what they would have wanted. I could have tried and put this game to bed with some big partnerships which haven't quite come to fruition yet. Smale facing up to Prendergast here. 3 balls in her over to go. Just flicks one into the leg side first up. Georgie Boyce in there at mid-on. short and driven down the ground. Could be tight for a run out. Oh, Smale does get home though. Smart piece of running just to the left of, I think that's Kelly in there at mid-off. But just gave her that little bit more time and was home safe. Rotates nicely for McLeod to face up here. Drops it into the leg side. Again, could be tight for a run out. Smale has to dive. Does get home safe there, though. Prendergast unable to pick up and throw in quite a quick enough fashion, but wouldn't really have been able to go any quicker. It's a good piece of running. Again, by the Essex pair. They have run pretty well generally, Essex, other than that run out from Dowes, which will disappoint them a little bit. McLeod into the 30s with that as well. 109 for 4. 25 overs in here. Let me know what you think Essex might get up to here. It's 109 for 4, as I say, 25 overs in. You get in touch with me, treynolds_sport on X or Instagram, or Blue Sky as well. That one's driven there by McLeod, only as far as the fielder in there at extra cover. Ella Claridge. Oh, really good grab there. What a take. Brilliant. Caught on board there from Lucy Hyam. Hit firmly back at her by Lissy McLeod. And Hyam low to her right with a spectacular grab. She is a fabulous fielder, is Hyam. And shows us exactly that with not much of an opportunity at all. And plucks it just less than a foot off the turf. And McLeod will be disappointed. She just got herself going. She departs for 30. Yeah, she's going to be annoyed. You can see she walked off straight away there. Head down. She's done all the hard work, did McLeod. Sort of the story of her season. She's had a few really good starts to innings, but hasn't quite ever been able to get going. Brings Amara Carr out to the crease. So she's up above Jo Gardner. They perhaps want to save Gardner to try and target the final few overs, but you assume she'll have to come in next anyway. Carr has perhaps gone under the radar a little bit with bat in hands. She made a really good 67 against Somerset in an away game pretty early in the season. A 30-odd against the Blaze as well. Back in the first rounds of the competition. But otherwise doesn't get much of an opportunity. He's batted below Eva Gray in the last few weeks as well. Oh, big appeal first up there, but unmoved is umpire Gabby Brown. Leg by signal, so no bat, and Carr perhaps a little lucky first up there. They were very interested in that, all of the Blaze there. Just as I was saying, Carr perhaps going under the radar. She's given opportunity here. She's got 25 overs to bat. It's a long, long time. Smale defends. This time cuts that one away, out towards Kirk, sweeping out in front of the pavilion. She's not quite on the boundary. The Blaze and Kirsty Gordon have been really smart with all their fielding positions. It's pretty big square boundaries today. Reasonably central pitch here. It's always short straight, but it means the fielders are slightly off the rope. Carr chips that one for her first run of the day. It's a little bit longer down towards the pavilion side. That's what you can see. It's probably about 10 yards, maybe 15 yards away from the pavilion. Whereas it's right the way back out towards the Felsted school stands. Over to our left hand side here from the media centre. Smale in pretty animated conversation with Carr there. I think they'll just be looking to try and rebuild as much as anything else here, Essex. 5 down with 24 overs to go. It's a lot of work for these two to do. Carr faces up to Prendergast. Just dabs one away down to third man for a single. Smart batting there from Carr. Getting a little bit overcast again now. It was bright blue skies for the first 20 odd overs, but a couple big dark grey clouds overhead now. Smale drives, but a really good piece of fielding in there at extra cover from Kirsty Gordon. The wind is so strong. I think we're going to all 4 seasons today, and we've seen most of them already. Prendergast in again and driven again by Smale out towards the covers, and again Kirsty Gordon does the fielding. You can see on the screen it's very much darker now. Floodlights not on yet. Probably won't need to be on yet, but you know, if this game goes all the way, they'll definitely come on for the second innings, you'd assume. And for the third ball in a row, Prendergast bowls to Smale, who drives into the covers, and Kirsty Gordon does the fielding. Driven down the ground, finds the gap, lovely shot there by Smale. Just hits it at the top of the bounce. Prendergast a fraction shorter, but Smale can free her arms and hits that one dead straight. Back past Kelly in there at mid-off, unable to get down to it. Lovely strike. 2 straight for the fielders. 117 for 5 now, Essex. Smale drives again, this time not quite as straight as Kelly can gather. Big swish of hair there from Lucy Hyam again. His cap comes off. She gets ready to bowl. Carr and Smale again, just having a little chat. It's a pretty big luxury that Essex do have with the depth of batting they've got out there today. Kate Kopak at number 10. It's pretty impressive. She's a more than capable lower order batter. But Carr faces up now and flicks one into the leg side. Sets off for a single. Could be tight for a run out. Goes for the keeper's end instead, and Smale just about gets home. Not far away at all again. They're being a little bit risky here, Essex, considering the trouble they find themselves in. But in the end, it's a good piece of running. They are home safe. Shorter, pulled away nicely by Smale. Can't quite find the gap between the 2 fielders out there on the leg side boundary. Looks to scoop and does so. Delicate shot, inventive from Carr, but she'll only pick up a couple. Smale wants 3, but won't get it. Not quite enough pace on it for Carr to pick up more than a couple. But not a bad option. The fine leg inside the ring. She used her feet this time, but ends up yorking herself. Good again from Carr. Uses her feet. And rotates the strike nicely. 1, 2, 2 for 5. We're nearing the end of the 28th over now. 3 sweepers out on the leg side for Hyam at deep square leg, cow corner, long on. And Michaela Kirk out there at deep cover. That one is cut away. A bit straighter than Kirk, who has to come round quite a long way in front of the boxes. As they get back for 2. Good placement there by Smale. Ends the 28th over. 1, 2, 4 for 5. Still with 22 overs to go here, Essex. Just have to try and bat out as long as possible, really. Really get that total on. There's no need to even really think about playing recklessly and expanding and being aggressive until the 40th over. And that's even when you've got lots of wickets in hand, so they can probably afford to wait even longer. We've seen it's been a pretty tricky pitch. Only really McLeod and Heap who have looked particularly fluent on it, but even then they both got a little bit lucky occasionally. Just a slight change in Prendergast's field here. She's got 2 out on the leg side at deep forward square leg and fine leg, both about 10 yards in off the rope. Also got 3rd man outside the ring. Everyone else inside the ring, so backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid on, mid off and mid wicket, all inside the ring. Woods. Carr just dangles her bat at that one, looking to try and run it down to 3rd man. But misses it, all ends up, and Prendergast perhaps suggesting she wants another catcher in to her skipper. But they're going to leave it as is for now. This time Carr is able to run it down to Ballinger. Yeah, just picks up a single for it. Nicely done. That one's pulled over the top of mid-wicket. Will be 4 for Smale there. Lovely shot, just too short again from Prendergast, who has rushed batters at times today, but Smale just picked up that length nice and early and just managed to chip it over the head of Lucy Hyam in there at mid-wicket. He's pretty close to the batter and does pick up another boundary to move into double figures. Sophia Smale. This time she drives to the offside, dot ball. This is, of course, the fourth and final time that Essex and the Blaze have faced up this season, and I guess technically ever as well. Blaze have won all 3 of the games. They won by 5 wickets with about 9 overs to spare last time they played in the One Day Cup. That one's whipped away for a single into the leg sides. That was the game where Grace Scrivens was unbeaten on 120, as Essex just about made it to 2-3-1 for 9. Amara Carr as well, 34 in that game. 3 for Orla Prendergast and Sarah Glenn. But in the end, a somewhat simple chase for the Blaze. Tammy Beaumont showed her class, 116 not out. Some 40s for Amy Jones and Catherine Bryce, other internationals they have on show. Esme McGregor picked up 3 for in that game as well. That sort of really started, I think, her spiral, her ascent in the season. From there, she did just manage to... Well, she's just gone on leaps and bounds this season. Second leading wicket taker in the T20 Blast was Esme McGregor. Picked up a fair few wickets in this competition too, as that beats absolutely everything there from Hyam. Gripped and turned off the surface. Too much for Sarah Bryce behind the stumps to even get anything on it. Went between bat and pad with a big booming drive of Smale and get back for 2 byes there. Shorter this time, and Smale whips it into the leg side. But yeah, that was a Tammy Beaumont masterclass really, that 116 not out to just help her side to victory. As I've already mentioned, one of a few international names the Blaze are missing today. Amy Jones, Sarah Glenn as well. Away with, well, rested ahead of the Cricket World Cup that starts in not long at all now. Time picks up another dot ball there. Oh, that's gone! Hyam with her second. Grips in the surface. Skips between bat and pad and just takes the top of the bails. Amara Carr looking to try and run it out down through the offside again, unable to get a bat on it. Beaten all ends up with another superb delivery by Lucy Hyam. After a spectacular caught and bowled, she now has a spectacular just bowled. She's got 2 for 29 from her 5.4 overs right now, and Essex continue to fall into trouble. They're 133 for 6. Jo Gardner now to come out. She'll have to join Sophia Smale with still more than 20 overs to go in the innings. That's going to be the goal, just to try and get there. But their last few overs have very much shown that there's going to be a few options for spinners today. And Essex are not short of spin options. Sophia Smale and Jo Gardner, the 2 out there now. Both pretty impressive in the competition with ball in hands. Of course, the skipper Grace Scrivens as well. If I'm not mistaken, Lissy McLeod's a few off spinners as well. So lots of options if the pitch really does continue to deteriorate. It is the same wicket that was used in the championship game here last week. And of course, Gray, Kopak and McGregor as well. 3 brilliant seam options we'll inevitably see. Gardner face up to Hyam. Just defends first ball. Floated up above the eye line this time by Hyam. And that ends the 30th over. 133 for 6 with 20 overs to go now. It's pretty slow going at the moment. Just being continually pegged back with wickets has very much hindered the home side here. One pretty major partnership between Heap and McLeod. Just shy of 60, 59 they put on together. Next highest partnership, the opening partnership. 38 Scrivens and Dowles put on, and then they fell in quick succession. That led to that first big partnership between Heap and McLeod's. But Heap, Miller and McLeod all fell in the space of 3 overs. And now Carr's gone 5 overs after that. With Hyam and Prendergast picking up 2 wickets each. Ballinger back into the attack here with her left armers. So that one's driven into the offsides by Smale. Yeah, Ballinger the 6th leading wicket taker in the competition. She's picked up 16 wickets, one less than her teammate Catherine Bryce. Average of 27.5, the new ball bowler. She's back into the attack here throughout the middle overs. Very much looking to pounce here and continue to apply a pressure, the Blaze. Looks to try and target the stumps, and that one's just flicked into the leg side by Gardner. Outside half of the bat there from Smale, who throws the bat at it. But yeah, the Cricket World Cup, as I was saying, starts the 30th of September, so just over 2 weeks now. That one's flicked into the leg side, finds the gap. No, a really good piece of fielding there by Prendergast. Down to her right. Plucks it up with one hand. You get through for a single, but that was going to race away for 4. Timed nicely by Smale. She's a little unlucky. She doesn't pick up more than the 1 for it. But yeah, 3rd September. India against Sri Lanka, the opening game. England play a couple days later. That one's defended by Gardner. Their first game's against South Africa on the 3rd of October. And it is just one big group of 8 teams. So they keep playing all the way until the final on the 2nd of November, so pretty much a whole month it'll last. Driven straight, could be tight for a run out, slight fumble there by Kelly. Does allow them through for the single. Gardner was going to have to be very quick. She is very quick, but even for her that was going to be close, you'd think. She'll continue here with Smale. Yeah, so England get underway on the 3rd of October against South Africa. They then take on Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan in 3 games that they'll very much expect to win. Then a tricky game against India on the 19th of October, the hosts. Followed up by Australia a couple of days later on the 22nd. And then they finished the group stage against New Zealand on the 26th, with the semis taking place on the 29th and 30th and the final on the 2nd. As Gardner, deft touch to guide that one through third man. Good tumbling dive there by Charlie Phillips. Does it just get one for it? Tight for a single again, but Gardner with a strong early call means they get through for one. Again, Gardner just flicks one away into the leg side. But yeah, most of the squads have been announced. I think they all have, actually, for the competition now. England with a pretty similar squad to what you might expect. That one's punched out too long on for one. I think the major surprise was Kate Cross. No room for her in the squads. She's spoken about it on her podcast, Nobles, as well as in a few other interviews and stuff as well. And she was sort of caught by surprise a little bit and a bit disappointed that she went from being in what she felt like was in England's strongest 11 at the start of the India series to not getting into the team or even in the squads by the end of it. So she misses out. England only select 3 frontline seamers because I think that's Seba Brunt able to bowl, or at least expected to. She says she's going to bowl in the World Cup, so she'll be that 4th seamer, but they've gone with 3 pretty different options. Lauren Bell, leader of the attack now. Very good new ball option, very good seam option. I think will probably play in every game if they want a frontline seamer in there. Lauren Filer with her bit of extra pace, and then Em Arlett can bowl kind of in any period of the game. Got a lot of change-ups. Good with the new ball as well. Can bowl in the middle, a holding role, and bats. As the Essex fans do know so well in that second game, the first game here at Chelmsford of this competition, she scored a remarkable 100. Pretty chanceless one as well from number 7. So those were the options that England did choose. I think if there is an injury, Cross will be that one called up, you'd expect. And they went for a couple spinners as well. Quick single there. Got to be tight. Oh, not far away. Smale, I think, had given up hope. But again, they're through for one. Strike has been rotated well generally, but riskily, you'd have to say as well. Yeah, quite a few spin options in there. Dean, Eccleston and Lindsay Smith, as expected. Sarah Glenn recalled to the squad, having been dropped over the summer. Gardner thinks about a single there, but hit too firmly to Prendergast, and rightfully they don't take a single. And yeah, I think they're always going to look to try and take 4 spinners, England, to India. And unfortunately, Kate Cross is the one to miss out. They have quite a few extra batters as well. Danny Wyatt Hodge has been recalled, having not taken part in any of the one-day games this summer. That one's pulled into the leg side. Not quite going to have the legs to get there for 4. Michaela Kirk has to come running all the way round. Gardner wants 3. Going to be run out here, you'd think, at the keeper's end. Oh, wayward throw means Smale gets home. Ballinger had a lot of time there. Smale was a long way out, but Ballinger's throw just too far away from Sarah Bryce. Means Bryce ended up having to have a bit of a shy at the stumps as well. Ballinger just pulled that one, that throw. Gardner chipped it away. Gardner always wanted 3, and She made it home pretty comfortably. She drops her bat there, does Gardner. So I think Smale thinks there's only going to be 2. But Gardner goes, slight hesitation, but then just gets home pretty comfortably herself because of the wayward throw. And then Ballinger again with a wayward throw. So that one's short, and this time punched into the offsides. There's a whole comedy of errors there from both sides, with Gardner dropping her bat, a couple wayward throws, and Smale looking like she was stranded, made it home safe in the end. Hyam dropping out to deep mid-wicket now, with Gardner looking to try and be positive over the leg sides. This time just flicked into the leg side. Going to push for 2. Gardner is so quick. She'll make it home so comfortably. Good again there from Gardner. 33 overs gone. 148 for 6. But yeah, a lot of middle order options, you'd have to say, for England. You can see how they do line up. Heather Knight also brought back in after an injury curtailed her summer. So she, you assume, will come back into that middle order. But Emma Lamb, I think rightfully so, solidified herself, I thought, at number 3. They could look to push her up to the top of the order. Beaumont and Amy Jones, though, both had pretty good summers. And then you'd assume Sophia Dunkley in at 5 might retain her spot, with obviously Natseva Brunton at 4. So where Heather Knight comes in is a bit of a question. You could maybe put her in at 5 or 6 with Dunkley the other, and Capsey perhaps drops out. Alice Davidson-Richards, of course, was involved in quite a lot throughout the summer with England, but she also missed out. As that beats the dive of mid-wicket there for Smale to nudge down the ground for a single. She's on to 22 with that, off 27 deliveries. She's just ticked along very nicely, with a little bit of risk with their running between the wickets, but generally has been pretty good, Smale. Gardner at the other end now. She drops that one to the offside, and again they get through for 1. That brings up the 150 as well, after 33.3 overs. They are 6 down. Smale drives. They'll want 2 here. And they should get 2. No. I think after the last palaver of the running between the wickets, they're more than happy to settle for 1. Kirk does have a pretty good arm on her as well. And she's probably about 20 yards in off the boundary now. As Gardner comes down the wicket. Really good stop. In there at mid-wicket. That's Ella Claridge, I think. Down to her right. Full toss, almost York's Smale, who goes back a little bit in her crease, but she digs it out. Ends the over with a dot ball there. 4 from it. Gordon's over. 34 overs, 152 for 6. And again, Essex still having to rebuild with the wickets continually falling. But yeah, if you have any comments or thoughts on how England could line up at the World Cup, you can get in touch with me at treynolds_sport on X or Instagram. So please do get in touch and let me know your thoughts, either on England's World Cup chances, their 11, or actually this game here today, which Essex is still very much in. It's been a pretty tricky pitch, but you think a couple wickets, a burst of wickets for the Blaze all but ends Essex's hopes of ending the competition with a win and seal a spot with a home semi-final for the Blaze. They need at least a tie to seal that, and they can top the group with a big win against Essex. As that one's bunted down the ground, lovely there by Gardner. Charlie Phillips into the attack is met with force, too short there, and Gardner just with a pull shot, but a straight pull shot down the ground. Lovely, again from the all-rounder. Used her feet to come down at Phillips. And the helmet's coming on for Bryce here. He's going to be standing up to the stumps for Phillips. Just to try and pen Gardner and Smale, perhaps to a lesser extent, into the crease. They've got 3 sweepers on the leg sides. Fine leg, square leg, and quite a wide deep mid-wicket as well, and then a sweeper on the cover boundary as well. Phillips has returned here for her 5th over. Fuller this time, and a good Yorker. Gardner unable to squeeze that one away. Short, and this time it is cut just for a single. And just a reminder, there are a few other games happening around the country. Lancashire against Hampshire was rained off, abandoned without a ball being bowled, which has meant Hampshire have extended their lead at the top of the table. They've moved on to 45 points. Lancashire leapfrog above the Blaze on 41, Blaze on 40, so therefore a tie will seal a home victory, or struck on the pad, but too high and probably sliding as well. And yeah, so that means the Blaze need just a tie to seal a home semi-final, and they can top the group though with a big win against Essex here. They need to win with a run rate of greater than 1.25, a net run rate against Essex's. That will give them a bonus 5th point as well, so they would leapfrog Hampshire and Lancashire. But if they win just regularly, they'll have a home semi-final against Lancashire, but they could also be travelling up to the northwest for an away game on Wednesday. And then it's sort of between Surrey and Durham, but possibly Somerset as well. Again, they would need results to go their way and probably win big against Warwickshire, as they'll get through for a leg bye there. Yeah, so the games at the moment, Surrey are batting up at Chesterley Street against Durham. They're currently 180 for 4, 30 in the 33rd over. They had a lot of chip-ins so far. Bryony Smith made 30, Alice Monaghan 45. Emma Jones has been pushed up to 3, is on 47. Davidson Richards is 22, not out at the moment. She's leading the charge. So yeah, 180, 33 overs in. Couple wickets for Catherine Fraser. Katie Levick and Trudy Johnson with 1 each. So that one's just pushed out towards the sweeper over there in front of the pavilion. Kirk. Gordon continues here from the Graham Gooch ends. And yeah, the other game, Warwickshire against Somerset. Warwickshire 153 for 6 after 35 overs. That one again cut away, this time further in front of square. They'll want two, they should get it, they do. Kirk with a good diving tumble to stop the boundary, but means they can come back for a comfortable seconds. Yeah, so Warwickshire 157 for 6 in the 36th over. As Gardner again cuts away just for 1 now though. Meg Austin made 21. Hamusa and Kumar 34. Nat Wraith is 39 not out alongside the skipper Georgia Davis. So that's a pretty important partnership, you'd have to say, because Somerset do need to win and win big if they want any hopes of getting into the semi-finals. Wickets 2 each for Anderson and Barnes, and Skelton and Robbins have 1 each. But at the moment, the Blaze will be focusing on their own game here, getting a victory first, and a big victory if they can. And of course, we do have a few other games around the country today as well, with Vitality Blast Finals Day. Always there's a semi-appeal there. I think a slight inside edge just about keeps it off the stumps there by Gardner. 5 runs from that over there. It continues to build the partnership here. About 30 now between Smale and Gardner. Carr, the last batter to fall. She made 7 from 11. Charlie Phillips to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end here. Just in conversation with Gordon and Marie Kelly as well about perhaps a change in fields. Can obviously only have 4 fielders outside the ring, outside the power play in the competition. At the moment, Phillips has had fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket and cover all on the boundary, and that's how she will continue here. That one's flicked out towards that square leg fielder, Kirk. Defended solidly by Gardner. Yeah, we'll also look perhaps in the second innings towards some unofficial Essex awards for the season. So if you have any nominations, you think anyone should win Player of the Season, Young Player, Moment of the Year as well, please do get in touch. Oh, slight mix-up, but they're home safe in the end. Yeah, you can get in touch, @TReynolds_sport on X or Instagram. So please drop me a message with any nominations for any awards for the Essex women here. Have Player of the Season, Batter of the Season, Bowler of the Season, Young Player as well, and both the Metrobank One Day Cup and also the Blast, and perhaps overall as well. So let me know your thoughts on those. So that was pulled firmly there by Gardner. Bisects those fielders out on the rope perfectly. Dug in from Phillips, and Gardner just sweetly times that one. It races away, flies away to the boundary. She's into the 20s. Phillips has been a little bit expensive so far from her overs. She's now conceded 27. Garner this time just drops it into the offside to get through for a single. Generally, though, this has been a really impressive bowling display from the Blaze. They've been pretty relentless, having picked up that first wicket. Grace Scrivens, the final ball of the power play. Just not let up since. Smale just dabs one into the leg side for a single to end the 37th over there. Brings up 170 onto the scoreboard. Still 6 down. These two are doing well here, Gardner and Smale, to just keep Essex going. 250 is still feasible if these do bat to the ends, particularly the way Joe Gardner can really explode. I mean, I think she's hit some of the biggest sixes I've ever seen. Has cleared multiple stands around the ground here at Chelmsford. Seen her hit the ball out of the park a fair few times. So if she can really get going, more than she already is. 250 is more than possible, but the Blaze are still firm favourites right now, you'd have to say. That one is dug out. Gordon into her 8th over. He's actually been the most expensive bowler so far as Gordon. 1 for 35, her figures. That was chipped. Oh, just wide of Boyce in there, extra cover. Smale just reaching for that one. Drove uppishly out towards mid-off. That time whipped into the leg sides. Again, a slightly lucky escape for Smale and Essex. So that one's just defended. Gardner looks to use her feet. Almost squeezes that one through and almost ends up barbecuing herself there. But Prendergast, I think, just managed to get a foot down on top of it. Defends that time a bit faster, I think, from Gordon, who's getting into some good areas again. Ends her over, just 1 run from it. Not giving much to this Essex pair.
Returning these as the cookman, number 17, Catherine Brooks.
Just change of bowling here for the Blaze. Catherine Bryce back into the attack. Oh, and almost with a catching opportunity. Almost a wicket. First delivery there. Smale just uppish. Back towards the bowler. Just a bit loose from the all-rounder. She's been given a lifeline now, though. Gets through for a single that time. Blaze have been pretty good in the field, you have to admit. A couple really good catches. Lucy Hine with that caught and bowled. And actually, Catherine Bryce as well took a very good catch in the deep, charging in, diving in front of her as well. Oh, is that one just keeps a little bit low? Gardner does well to keep it out. Yeah, a couple drops within it. McLeod was dropped in the 12th over at mid-wicket, and then that one there from Bryce. That one's launched over the top. Just about has the legs on it. Should trickle away to the rope. It does. Marie Kelly unable to get to that one, and Gardner looking to go on the offensive that time. Just goes airily straight down the ground. And immediately Bryce sends back Prendergast towards long on. So 3 out on the leg side here. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and a cover as well on the rope. Oh, as Bryce fires in a nasty Yorker there. And Gardner just keeps it out as much as anything else. Again, Bryce targets the stump. She's very much stump-to-stump bowler, is Bryce. Looks to swing the ball, nip the ball back in early on, as we saw her do very well today. Got the ball really talking outside the power play. And now, as I say, yeah, continues to look to try and target the stumps. As Essex, 176, 4-6 now, 39 overs gone.
Returning and ground boot change, number 84, Prendergast.
I think the Blaze and Kirsty Gordon really do fancy a wicket before these final 10 overs, and she's turning to another strike bowler here, Orla Prendergast, who's got 2 for 25 from her 5 so far. Got the wickets of Flo Miller and Liberty Heap. Both actually were top edgers. Both batters just rushed a little bit. Heap was going really nicely on 33. That was the wicket that Catherine Bryce took in the deep, the catch. As Heap looked to try and pull that one away, and similarly to Miller, who looked to try and pull one but instead top edged it for a simple catch for Sarah Bryce with the gloves on. Prendergast in from the Graham Gooch end here. Full straight first up and flicked off her toes by Smale. Bit short at that time from Prendergast, but still targeting the stumps. Just honing in on her zone. As I mentioned, her 2 wicket-taking deliveries were both sort of back of a length, shorter deliveries. She looked pretty sharp today. Coming down the hill now. Gardner, though, punches her back over her own head and goes for 4. Unable to drag that one back in. I think that's the skipper, Kirsty Gordon. Smashes the ground in frustration. But Gardner, very much looking good so far. Uses her feet, gets down the track a couple steps and just punches it back over the head. As I think the helmet perhaps coming on again. It is. Being run onto the pitch by Prisha Thanawala. 12th man duties today. Played for Leicestershire a few times this season. Has done pretty good in the Tier 2 side of things. Just a teenager still is, Thanawala, but not given an opportunity in this competition, unfortunately. So that one's short and launched into the leg sides. Finds the gap for 4. Almost a catching opportunity out there in the deep, but Gardner picks the gap perfectly and brings up the 50 partnership with it as well, I think. Yeah, not far away from the sweeper out there at Cow Corner. But yeah, 50 up between these two as well. Gardner on to 36 now. Oh, and she's gone now though. A really, really good Yorker there. Fired in at the toes of Jo Gardner, who can't dig it out. And Prendergast picks up her third. She's been really, really impressive today. Very sharp. Very quick. And again, the pace has done another batter. Too much for Jo Gardner, who can just shrug and say, what a delivery, not much you can do with it. Gardner goes for 36, a run of all 36. An impressive 36. Current top scorer with it. She'll be disappointed she's not been able to go on and make another big score. Brings Eva Gray out to face in at number 9 today. Just one ball left before the 40th over here. Yeah, 3 out on the leg side for Gray here. Got fine leg out now as well. Prendergast in again with a good back of a length delivery, and Gray up to the challenge, just defends. 40 overs gone, 185 for 7. That wicket of Jo Gardner, the first in quite a while. It just brought up the 50 partnership. Had Gardner and Smale. Gardner was looking to go. Smashed a couple boundaries in the last few overs. But Prendergast had the last laugh, dismissing the all-rounder. Catherine Bryce will continue here from the Graham Gooch ends. Smale currently 30. Not out of 42. She defends. Back to Bryce. Ten overs to go here. Essex just going to have to work in chunks. Try and get to 200 first up and then build from there. Smale cuts that one away nicely. Just for one. We do have a pretty long lineup with Gray in at number 9. She's batted I think as high as 4 or 5 at stages this year in various games. Generally features at number 7, number 8, occasionally number 9, as we see today. But she's a more than capable batter. She's got to try and partner Smale here and bat to the death, really. And then final few overs, you can look to go big. She drives straight first up. Comes through for a single. Gets off the mark as well, second ball. That one's just turned out towards mid-wicket. Watchfully done so by Smale. In comes Bryce again. Smale finds the gap to the left of mid-wicket and out towards Prendergast at long on. Thoughts of a single there, but Gray sends Smale back. 3 runs from that Bryce over. Nine overs left here in the innings. Essex have done pretty well to keep going. They've, just as you can see on that scorecard though, continually been pegged back. A lot of starts down that list. Only Carr and Miller unable to get to double figures. Everyone else in and out, which will disappoint them. It's happened a fair bit throughout the season. Grace Scriven's the only Centurion this year. She's made 2 tons. Joe Gardner's made a 50. Oh, is that one almost dragged back onto the stumps there, but Smale keeps her back down low and pulls it out into the leg sides. But yeah, 50s for Carr, Joe Gardner, Cordelia Griffith and Jodie Grucock with 2. But that's kind of been the difference this year, I think, with Essex and perhaps some of the teams higher up the table. Oh, is that one almost dismisses Gray there. Keeps a fraction low and she can breathe a sigh of relief there. That doesn't cannon into her off stump. But that was not far away at all. That one's just driven slightly uppishly by Gray. But yeah, you look at that compared to the Blaze, for example, and the likes of course, Tammy Beaumont with back-to-back tons as well. But there's a lot of 50s and big 50s dotted around as well. Georgia Elwes with a couple. Obviously not playing today. Amy Jones with a fair few. Maddie Green, one of their overseas pros for a couple games, made 97 against Somerset. And even just in the team today, Catherine Bryce, 3rd leading run scorer in the competition. She's made 508 runs at 42. She's made 6 50s in the competition. Slower ball there and smashed back into the stumps. No touch on it from Prendergast means Gray. It's fine. I think she was home anyway. Smale just going too straight in the end there, though. But yeah, 6 50s from Catherine Bryce. Sarah Bryce with a couple as well. Marie Kelly made 66 in one of her few appearances. Smale goes straight again. This time a little bit wider of the stumps. Picks up 1. And yeah, even Orla Prendergast, who's only played 8 games and battered all around the order, has made 67 against Durham a couple of days ago. So I think that is the big difference, really. Just the major scores, the kind of 70 plus, 80 plus scores, and even 50 plus scores that Essex haven't quite been able to make enough of. But I think it is positive when you do look at it, but not for this season, obviously, but for the coming years. There's a lot of great potential with this Essex side, a very young Essex side. Generally, you look at the number of players who play in England Lions setups, for example. That one's flicked off the pads really nicely. They're going to get 2 for it. Lovely shot there by Smale. She's one of those Essex players who has featured for the Lions previously. Grace Scrivens, captain of the England Lions, has done so a fair few number of times. the likes of Eva Gray and Jodie Grucock as well. Be shocked if Esme McGregor isn't in and around there at some point this winter. That one's punched down the grounds. Yeah, there's a lot of good opportunities for this Essex team over the coming years, you'd have to say. Just need a few things to click. It's not quite gone their way as much as they would have hoped in a few tight games. Perhaps there could be a bit of recruitment. Again, that one's flicked around the corner. Could run away for at least a few more. Perhaps 3 on the arm. Smale turns and goes, wants it, and should get it. Yeah, really good there from the all-rounder. Is Essex near 200 now? But yeah, a lot of young talent in the side, and you could see when someone like Lauren Winfield-Hill joined Essex for that T20 blast, that bit of extra experience, that kind of game-winning international prowess that she has, did just seem to push Essex on that little bit more. As again, driven. Could be tight, but Smale gets home there. But yeah, just having that, you know, England international caliber player that Essex don't actually have in their squads. They have no England caps in their 11, or their squad even. Again, just nudge down the ground for a single. And I think that is quite useful just in big moments as much as anything else. Even today, the likes of the 2 Bryce sisters and Orla Prendergast have both played a lot of international cricket from a young age for Scotland and Ireland, respectively. Yeah, she's not playing today, but someone like Georgia Elwes has played best part of 50 games for England. Yeah, they've had Heather Graham and Maddie Green drop in for the odd game here and there in the blast, and mainly the blast, but the Metro Bank as well. And that's not even mentioning there, you know, 3 England players who are currently being rested in Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones and Sarah Glenn, so possibly Essex will look to do a bit of recruitment over the winter, but I don't think they're far away at all from really challenging over the coming years. And I mean, you saw with the Sunrisers team, a pretty similar team to this one, that they weren't far. Well, they went and won the whole thing, the One Day Cup last year, really impressively so. Only real change, Sophia Smale's come in, and they obviously lost Maddie Villiers, which was quite a big hit. She wasn't England's international. But that means they really weren't far away at all. That one's chipped up in the air, just over the heads of mid-wicket there. They're going to come back for 2. Could be tight for a run out. And it is! Looking to come back for a second there. Eva Gray falls just short. A really good piece of fielding out there on the boundary. And brilliant there. Brilliant work in the deep. Trying to see who that was. But the Blaze will be thrilled with another run out. Essex disappointed again. Smale set off early there. Called Gray through, who was, yeah, I think just short in the end. Not far away. Very quick call by the umpire. Gray, I'm not sure if she thought she might have just about sneaked in, but even on the replay it looked like she might have just been short. I think that's Lucy Hyam out there. Does absolutely brilliantly. And that's something you have to say about the Blaze. They've had a couple drops, but other than that, have been exceptional in the field. 2 run-outs, a couple really good grabs as well. That brings up the 200 with it. But at a big cost of a wicket of Eva Gray. Here we go. You might see a better angle here. Smale was pretty much halfway down the wicket by the time that Gray had even turned and gone. He's got a lot of yards to make up there, and oh, that is Very, very tight. Possibly makes it home, you have to say. That's a really hard one to call. The umpire was very quick with it, though. Finger was up straight away. That one's short and up in the air. The catch opportunity. He's going to fall safe. It is. Prendergast unable to get back and take a return grab off her own bowling. Looked like it was going to surely go into the hands of one of the converging Blaze fielders, but it fell perfectly in the middle of about 4 of them in the end. Just off the screen there, not far away at all. Kopak just defends that one into the offside to get off the mark. A little bit fortuitously so. But yeah, that is 200 up for Essex. They look like they were on for 250, you'd have to say. Possibly well over 250 at one stage. But these wickets, pesky continuous wickets, have just pegged them back. Ismail looks to try and flick one into the leg side. No run though. Driven nicely by Ismail. Again down the ground, again rotating the strike. I'm trying to think, I can't remember too many boundaries from Ismail, but she has just rotated the strike and got down the other end and found singles and twos, sometimes a bit too riskily so. So that was pulled up in the air, could be a catching opportunity, no, going to fall short there. Doesn't quite carry to Charlie Phillips down there at fine leg. Taking on the short ball though was Kopak. Big top edge, but didn't get enough on it. Falls safely so. Not looking pretty, not looking very comfortable with that was Kopak as well. Ballinger's going to come back in now. This will be her third and you assume final spell here. She bowl probably to the death, you'd expect. Not for 26 from her 7 overs so far. Bowled 5 up top with a new ball. Got the ball to move around a bit. Came back for a couple in the middle and now in for these final 6 overs. So that's driven, but only as far as extra cover. Short again and punched again. This time Kopak does get a little bit squarer though. And can get Sophia Ismail back on strike. So that one flicked around the corner. Good piece of work in there, Georgie Boyce at fine leg. Get through for 1 though. Oh, almost a really good grab there. I think she might have hurt her hand there. Is that Kelly again? No, I think she's all right. A little bit gingerly she's getting up, but looks to go down the ground again. This time Kopak, but can't quite keep hold of it. Can Kelly? This time uppishly again, but squarer. Ends the over with a single. 3 runs from that Ballinger over. She's back into the attack pretty tidily. 45 overs gone. So the final 5 overs we're into now. 206 for 8. Essex, may hope to get up to 250 here. If they keep going up 4.5, they'll be a bit shy of that, but that one's just helped actually very nicely by Kopak down towards third man. Ballinger down there. That's 1 for the over, the first bouncer. Prendergast continues here. Looks to slash that one. Does smell a bit of width on offer, but doesn't time it. But yeah, so 230, I think Essex will maybe be thinking is probably the target now. 250 would be massively impressive here. Smale's not quite shown a huge amount of explosiveness so far, but can she do it now? She drives aerially, but straight to the fielder in there at mid-off. Currently 40 off 58, Smale. Short wide, cut away, but again doesn't cash in and cut straight to Kelly. So off for a quick single then, they will get there. But Smale, you can tell again, a bit frustrated. She has just missed out on a few loose deliveries here from Prendergast. To 41 though, which is high score of the season. She has batted well, very dug in and gritty, which has been impressive. Kopak just kind of pushes the bat at that one with minimal foot movement. Dot ball to ends. That Prendergast over there. Yeah, you do forget Smale is just 20 years old actually. She's been around for what feels like quite a few years now. She played all 14 games in the Metrobank Cup. She played a big part in the T20 stuff as well. I think played all 14 there. I think it's just her and Eva Gray who have actually played all the games all this year. That one's up in the air though. Should be taken, is taken. Prendergast gets under it. And Ballinger picks up her first. Looking to try and up the run rate is Smale in these final few overs and had to try and bring out the levers and the long handle and can only chip the ball out towards long on. That's another wicket goes down for Essex here, who are into the final few overs, find themselves 9 down now.
Sophia Smale was called by Paula Prendergast off the bowling of Grace Ballinger for 41. And the incoming batter...
It's a very good knock though from Sophia Smale there. Really impressive end to her season with the bat. 41 from 61 she made. Alongside Gardner, managed to put on biggest partnership of the day. Oh, sorry, the second biggest actually. But together they looked pretty good. She continued to bat with Gray for a little bit after as well, so as much as Smale will be disappointed to get out at the end there. She's had a very good knock. But it means we will see Essex's number 11, Esme McGregor, now for these final couple overs. 208 for 9. A big swing there, first up from McGregor. She's not ever had much of an opportunity to bat this season. Generally not needed, coming in at 10 and 11. We've got a couple overs here. Well, again, she looks to swing big, but doesn't connect. Ballinger impressively still getting swing. That one just hooked back in a little bit. Not a bad effort, considering what the ball's, well, 25, getting near 25 overs old with a ball from each end. Just dabs it into the leg side. Says McGregor there. Off the mark that time, McGregor. Just finding Kirk out there and sweeping at deep mid-wicket. I do drop the field a little bit more for Kopakis. I think I've seen her try and take on the bowlers already a little bit. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on and deep cover. Fine leg and third man both inside the ring here. What can Kopak do? Looks to try and guide this one through the offside instead. Just pushed across the right-hander to end the over. 1 run, 1 wicket from Ballinger there. 47 overs, 209 for 9. Essex falling short of where they'd have hoped to have been at one stage today. When you consider they're 103 for 2 with Liberty Heap and Lissy McLeod at the crease. Both going along very nicely in the 30s, but in the end, Heap fell, Miller fell pretty quickly after, and McLeod went as well. So 3 wickets in as many overs is just has really meant Essex have struggled following on from that. Again, you could see a bit of a rebuild. Carr was in for a bit. She fell about 5 overs later. Gardner and Smale then managed to build again. But again, when Gardner fell, it's just continually the wickets have fallen. Catherine Bryce in now and driven nicely by McGregor, but Marie Kelly in there at extra cover fields. Oh, a deft shot there. Just runs it off the outside face of the bat. Down through third man. Pick up a couple. Lovely little shot there from McGregor. Oh, and I think that was an edge there. That one either way, nipped away, not far away at all. McGregor looking to throw the kitchen sink of that one. There was definitely some deviation as it went past the bat. Perhaps, though, nipping away off the seam. Oh, that could be stumping. It is. McGregor just topples forwards. The two Bryces combine to get the final wicket. Smart piece of work behind the stumps there from Bryce. Off her sister's bowling, and Catherine Bryce picks up her first wicket with it. That ends Essex's innings there. Couple overs short. They're 2-1-1 all out. They'll be a little bit disappointed, you'd have to say, Essex. A lot of batters it got in, a lot of batters got out. Of their top 8, 6 got double figure scores, but none of them managed to get to 50. And that has just let Essex down that little bit. But 2-11 on what seems like perhaps it could be a pretty challenging pitch. It is the pitch that was used at the County Championship game a couple days ago now, so it could be pretty tricky going. We have to see both sides bat on it first, as the groundsman just get the brushes out and start the preparations and reparations of the pitch. As you can see, 2-11 Essex made in the end. Sophia Smale top scoring with 41. All of Prendergast, pick of the bowlers, 3 for 43. We'll be back in about 25 minutes or so at the end of the innings break. And the Blaze, still with hopes of a home semi-final. That's what they're chasing now. So join us in about half an hour's time.
Resuming play, umpires David Mills and Gabby Brown. Leading out the Essex side is the captain, number 29, Grace Swift. And opening the batting for the Blaze, number 8, Sarah Price, and number 4, Georgie Boyce. Opening the bowling for the Grand Bouquet, number 10, Eva Gray.
Hello and welcome back here to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford for the Metro Bank One Day Cup game between Essex and the Blaze. We're here for the final round of the Metro Bank, of the group stage at least. Essex unfortunately unable to qualify for the semi-finals later this week. Blaze on the other hand still in prime contention for a home semi-final, possibly can top the whole group if they get a big victory here, but could also finish as low as third if they fail to win, which makes it very, very interesting. These next, 50 overs if we go the whole way. Essex batted first, as you can see on the screen, scored 211. Top scorer, Sophia Smale, made 41. But Eva Gray with the new ball here, challenging the stumps first up, and just turned around the corner by Georgie Boyce, one of the openers, alongside Sarah Bryce as well. Yeah, so Sophia Smale top scored. She made 41 from 61, anchored the kind of middle overs. Batted quite nicely alongside Jo Garner, who made 33. Lissy McLeod and Liberty Heat batted nicely together for a big partnership as well. That one's just turned into the leg side for a single. Yeah, so McLeod and Heap put on about 50 odd together. They made 30 and 33 respectively, and then pick of the bowlers, Orla Prendergast took 3 for 43 from her 9 overs, a couple for Lucy Hyam and a few other wickets spread around between the Blaze attack as well. That was just down the leg side there from Eva Gray. First extra, first wide of the day. Pretty regulation, pretty attacking field from Essex. They got Lissy McLeod in there in the slips. Third man and deep backward square leg as well. Everyone else inside the ring, inside the power play here. That was tickled fine through a vacant fine leg region. Will go all the way to the rope for the first boundary of the day there. Georgie Boyce just helping on its way around the corner. She moves the scoring on to 7. You're listening to Toby Reynolds at the moment. Should be joined throughout the day by a few guests. Bit short of that time and cut away, but it's only as far as Flo Miller, and that's a slight fumble there. Means they can scamper through for a single. Essex are going to have to be really tight in the field here because they haven't got a massive total to try and defend. The 211 was a little bit disappointing. There were a lot of starts throughout. 6 of the top 8 making double figures, but no one pushing on past that 41 of Sophia Smale. Short, and that one's cut away nicely. Esme McGregor, though, really good stop in there at backward point. Does excellently to stop that one because wasn't much cover behind her. Could have raced all the way to the rope. Ariana Dowes is down there at third man, but she had a lot of work to do to charge all the way around to try and cut that one off. But short of that time from Gray, just targeting the stumps a bit straighter. That ends the first over. 8 from it in the end from the Blaze. As I said, Boyce and Sarah Bryce opening the batting today. Looks like we'll have Catherine Bryce coming in at number 3 probably, with Walla Prendergast, Marie Kelly, Michaela Kirk and Ella Claridge down through the rest of the lineup. Esme McGregor is going to take the new ball here from the Sir Alistair Cook end. She's coming off a good bit of form. Took 3 for in Essex's win against Warwickshire a few days ago now. She's going to have to bowl well here and try and keep pressure on the Blaze. Good start there. I was just punched down the ground, no run out towards Scrivens. McGregor, of course, the second leading wicket taker in the T20 Blast. Really impressive throughout all of that. Burst onto the scene. Played a couple games at the beginning of the year in the One Day Cup. Oh, and that one nips away. Just evades the outside edge, though. Not far at all. That's an absolute peach there from McGregor. What a start from her. That is a brilliant start there from the seamer. Yeah, her 11th game she's into of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Looks to go full and straight again. It's driven back towards mid-off again, Scrivens. But yeah, missed a couple games right towards the start of the competition and then really came into it. Picked up 3 for against the Blaze as well in the return match towards the start of the competition. So that one's just dropped out into the offside. 4th dot in a row there from McGregor. You can tell Essex are very much up for it at the moment. Every time the ball's going out, they're charging in. There's a lot of noise out there as well, knowing they want to finish the season on a high here. McGregor has a pretty much identical field to Gray. 1 slip, 3rd man and fine leg outside the ring. So that one's punched into the offside, but Flo Miller in there at cover point can do the fielding. And yeah, so everyone else inside the ring other than those 2 sweepers. Oh, and again another seed from Esme McGregor. Just nips away a fraction. And only just misses the outside edge there. And a maiden to start for McGregor. Has been so good. Just metronomic there, finding pretty much perfect line and length every single ball. Gets a big high five from Flo Miller, knowing that they're going to need a few more overs like that throughout today. Great to bowl her second over here from the Graham Gooch end. Still with the same field. Just targeting the stumps there nicely, and Bryce just defends out into the offside. To cut that one away nicely does Bryce. Just for one though, Aaron Dow's down here at third man doing the fielding. She really opened the face nicely, that one, Bryce, just to rotate the strike and guide it behind square on the offside. Oh, and almost chops on there, does Boyce. Looking to try and prod that one into the offside. Can only get a thick inside edge on it. And again now. Bryce this time defending to the offside. Short this time, pulled away nicely. Up in the air, but a good piece of fielding out there. Deep square leg. I think that's Joe Gardner. No, it's not Joe Gardner. Gardner's in there at mid-wicket. I'm trying to think who that was out there. Shorter that time, and again carved away nicely through to backward point. That's not Joe Gardner out there, but that's someone in Joe Gardner's jumper. We've had this a few times here at Essex. There was a game where Tom Westley was in Simon Harmer's jumper for the whole innings. Ended up picking up a few wickets as well wearing it. I'm not sure who that is. Is that Liberty Heap? Oh, perhaps Liberty Heap hasn't been given a jumper with her name on it yet. I can't see a number 25 anywhere. So I think that perhaps must be Liberty Heap. Oh, and that's a big thick edge. Down towards third man. Towards the Joe Gardner impersonator. Who is Liberty Heat. That's the first run McGregor concedes of the day there. Not a bad start for the young seamer. Again, challenging the top of off nicely. Bryce quite a long way across her stumps there and towards the offsides. Another one into the offside, another dot ball. Good again from McGregor. Good dive and good stop from Smale. Had a good game with the bat earlier today. 41 she made. Just batting through large parts of Essex's innings after they lost a few clumps of wickets. Yeah, just a reminder, 212 is the target here. That one's dropped again into the offside. Another dot ball. Yeah, 212 is the target. If the Blaze level, so if they get 211 and tie with Essex, they will go through in second place and have a home quarter final. If they win, they will go through in second place and have a home quarter final. If, however, they win by a net run rate greater than 1.25 times that was flicked into the leg sides for a single. So yeah, if they have a net run rate greater than 1.25 the times of Essex's, then they will receive a bonus point and will go through top of the table after Hampshire and Lancashire were rained off without a ball being bowled, match abandoned. So Hampshire currently top of the table on 45 points, the Blaze on 40, and Lancashire on 41. So all the Blaze need for a home semi-final is a tie, or at least a couple points. But a win works as well, and it's a good take behind the stumps there from Amara Carr. Eva Gray, I think, almost just throwing it over the top of the keeper's head. That's 4 overs gone, 14 without loss now, the Blaze. But yeah, so a big win here for the Blaze means they will top the group and will take on whoever finishes fourth, which is, at the moment, a game between Surrey and Durham is probably the deciding factor of that game. Somerset are still in with an opportunity as well, but they basically have to hope Durham win narrowly, and Somerset then have to hammer Warwickshire and again win with that bonus, that run rate bonus point. Have a look at some of those games. It's all happening around the country right now. As Gray comes in for her third over. So yeah, at the moment, Surrey, they put on 290 for 7 on their 48 overs. I think perhaps a bit of rain means they've lost a couple. Somerset bowled Warwickshire all out for 175. That one's pulled into the leg side firmly and crashes into the advertising hoardings for 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Sarah Bryce. Picked up the length nice and early and just pivoted and swung that one into the leg side. Just a fraction short and straight there from from Gray. And Bryce can just help it on its way into the leg side. Timed that one really sweetly. Better line that time from Gray. Almost. Getting through, getting past the defences of Sarah Bryce. But yeah, so Warwickshire all out for 175. Somerset 52 without loss after 7.2 overs. They are very much still in the hunt here, Somerset. That one's chipped slightly uppishly. They're basically relying on a Durham chase now. So yeah, Surrey put on 290 for 7 from their 48 overs. Durham 291 to win. Saw some runs from Alice Davidson-Richards and Jemima Spence. Both made 60s. Surrey's top 3 all chipped in with some 30s and 40s as well. Driven there, finds the gap nicely by Sarah Bryce. Should be 4. Does just about beat the 2 fielders. Flo Miller there trying to chase it down. Lovely shot. Finds that gap in between Miller and McGregor at point and cover. And just races away across the outfield, down the slope. Those practice wickets are a little bit lusher than they have been this summer, but still very much quick across those down towards the pavilion. Gray in again here. Shorter and looks to cut that one away, does Bryce, but doesn't fully get a hold, and Miller can field in there at cover. It's 5 overs gone, 22 without loss. Blaze marginally ahead of where Essex were at the same stage, 17 without loss. They were very watchful early on, were the home sides. Scrivens and Dowles put on a pretty good opening partnership of 38 before Scrivens fell with the final ball of the power play. And Dowles fell pretty soon after as well, but it was really those middle overs, so the 20th to the 30th over, that really cut the heart out the Essex attack, as that one's driven nicely. But again, doesn't fully get a hold, and Flo Miller's in there. But yeah, so Somerset are very much on track to get their big win that they need if they want to have a chance of making it through to the semi-final. It was a proper team effort. 2 wickets each for Anderson, Barnes, Skelton and Wellington, and 1 for Robbins as well. Wraith made 39, which was the high score of the Warwickshire innings. Davis made 36 and Suren Kumar 34. But no major contributions from Warwickshire. Means they're struggling a little bit. It does also mean any points here for Essex will take them off the bottom of the table and above Warwickshire. So there's still a lot to play for both sides here. We'll keep you updated throughout the day on the Durham vs Surrey game, which is the big one here with massive connotations for semi-finals, which take place on Wednesday. Just a few days for those, and then next weekend is finals day for the women. Shorter again, and looks to cut that one away at his Boyce, but again doesn't fully get a hold of it. Be interesting to see how Scrivens manages her bowlers here. Eva Gray has been mightily impressive in both formats, actually, both competitions this year. But I'd say perhaps especially so in leading this attack. She picks up a couple fifers along the way in the One Day Cup. Really good fifers. First five of the competition. So that one's driven sumptuously by Boyce, just onto the front foot, and launches that one down the grounds. Gorgeous strike. Fraction full from McGregor, and Boyce cashes him. Not far away from the umpire there. Has to do a little bit of dancing. Nice footwork there to get out of the way. Yeah, you go 5 for 62 against Warwickshire, 5 for 52 against Surrey. That one's a bit straighter this time, and Kopac's going to have to do some hard yards down there on the leg side boundary. She does well though. Pick up a couple though. The Blaze. 6 overs gone, 28 without loss. And yeah, Gray, leading wicket taker for Essex in the competition. 15 wickets at 38. But she's, I think, generally bowls pretty tidily. One of the 4 players to feature in every game for Essex in the competition, alongside Grace Scrivens, Sophia Smale and Amara Carr. But Gray and Smale are actually the only 2 who have played every single game for Essex in both competitions. Oh, and that one is not far away from the outside edge. This is a reasonably similar start, I'd say, for the Blazers Essex. A little bit quicker, perhaps. They managed to cash in a little bit more on some loose deliveries that Essex weren't quite able to do. Oh, thoughts of a single there, but McGregor does well down there at point. She's another one who I think has been mightily impressive, particularly in the last few rounds of fixtures that she's played in. 3-3 in that victory against Warwickshire. That was cut away, but again McGregor's there, and again does fabulously. She just parries it to Flo Miller, and a good bit of teamwork means they don't get off the mark again. This has been excellent stuff in the field here for Essex, and they will have to keep it going, try and defend this low total. 212 to win. Under 200 already though. Short of that time, pulled away behind square, all the way for 4. Gray again just dropping it a fraction short, but Bryce does excellently to swivel and pull that one away. Just having a little chat with her captain here, Gray. Perhaps bringing McLeod out the slip she is. So McLeod's going to jump in there, I think as a wide mid-wicket. And it means Liberty Heap can just go a little bit further behind square. Out there on the boundary. Bryce finds Flo Miller there. 2 ends. Still 1 ball to go, sorry. Cuts that one, but again, McGregor's in there. Been busy so far today, as Esme McGregor. Bowling from one end and doing a lot of fielding from the other. But the Blaze absolutely rock solid so far. 34 without loss. Bryce and Boyce, the 2 Bs at the top of the order. An interesting one for the Blaze because they have got quite a strong depth of England and international calibre players. Tammy Bowman and Amy Jones, the 2 openers for the majority of this competition. Up until England started playing at least, and they've been rested the last 4 games. They missed a couple in the lead up to the 100 as well. And of course towards the back end of the first block of fixtures. But it's meant that the Blaze have kind of mixed and matched their order a little bit more. Sarah Bryce and Georgie Boyce both opens. Georgia Elwes has done so at times as well. Marie Kelly too, as a possible opener. So there are lots of options here, but with Boyce and Bryce today, as we see a change of bowling here. Kate Kopak charging in from Sir Alistair Cook end now, as that one's flicked out nicely into the leg side. Just going to be 1 though, with McGregor now out there on the boundary. It was a little bit harsh perhaps to have McGregor bowl just the 3 overs, but you obviously want to get Kopak in there early. She took the new ball quite a lot earlier in this competition. Back after 3 games on the sidelines, however. Sophie Munro in after a long-term injury. Started nicely so far. Still a pretty similar field for Kopak as we've seen so far today. 3rd man, deep square, Lissy McLeod at slip. That one's driven off the outside half of the bat. Won't quite reach the boundary. They will get 2 for it though. As Heap down there does some more good work at 3rd man. one's short and pulled. McGregor out there at deep square leg. As they continue to find McGregor seemingly. Bit of a ball magnet today. Partnership slowly building as Little McLeod for Kopak now as well comes out of slip and into a mid-wicket region. Slightly wide mid-wicket on the ring. Gardner in there. More catching one a little bit straighter. This one's driven straight, but straight to Scrivens. Oh, not far away there. Kept a little bit low from Kopak. And a big swish there from Boyce. Looking to try and cart it through the offside, but doesn't connect. 8 overs gone, 38 without loss now. The visitors here. Will Gray continue? No, we're seeing a change of ends from McGregor. That's why she might have been pulled out of the attack then. So she'll be coming down the hill from the Graham Gooch end here. Eva Gray will take a bit of a breather after her first 4 overs. Probably see a couple more here from McGregor. Big wicket taker here for Essex in the blast in particular, but can she do it now? And that's really what continually stifled Essex throughout their batting innings. She starts with a dot ball. Was the fact they just lost wickets pretty continually and in clusters as well. Most frustratingly. Lost 4 between the 20th and 30th over. Couple either side of drinks. That basically meant they were continually just having to start rebuilding again after they had a pretty good start. That was shorter from McGregor and pulled, but clothed a little bit. Out towards, that is Liberty Heap. She's no longer cosplaying as Jo Gardner. The jumper is off and she's back to her number 25. Down the leg side this time from McGregor and wide signalled by umpire Gabby Brown. That was full toss and just dispatched to the boundary there. Uses the pace of McGregor. Does Boyce. Helped it on its way. Almost ramping it through fine leg there. And another boundary for the Blaze. Boyce on to 20. Bryce 22 off 28 right now. And the Blaze are flying at the moment. They're going to have to change the field. McLeod's going in there at short fine leg. Just perhaps going to play on the mind of the batters that little bit more, knowing there's not that freedom through fine leg. This time McGregor fires in, spears in a Yorker. Great comeback from the young seamer. was left alone there by Boyce. There is a really nasty dark cloud over to our right that is filling pretty much all of the sky over the top of the pavilion, and I think will be being blown over towards us pretty soon. Should be a bit of a shame. Short that time and ducked. Good sharp bouncer there from McGregor. 9 overs gone now. 1 left in the power play. 44 without loss. The Blaze at the moment. But yeah, that dark cloud we can see there. Not looking friendly. Not looking good for what we were hoping would be a clear day today. Duckworth Lewis is on at 18 at the moment. So the Blaze are well ahead. We need at least 10 overs, so if Essex can, or if Essex do finish this over here, the Blaze will claim victory. Not 100% sure how bonus point system works, because that would, you assume, be a pretty massive net run rate swing, but possibly if it's rain affected, it might not be an option. That is driven out towards backward point. Smale in there. But yeah, that does not look promising for the rest of the game. The ground staff here do a brilliant job though. We've had a few games where it looks like we're going to have no chance of rain, and actually they managed to get a pretty good game. That game against Hampshire here last Thursday was prime example of that. Good hard length again there from Kopak. But yeah, the fact we had a game there, they were on and off a few times, the players, only for training. We didn't even get a toss until I think about 3 o'clock. And then the fact we managed to squeeze in a 17 over a side game, 102 ball game, straight after the conclusion of the 100, much to the dismay of some fans, I'm sure. That was driven out, and a slight misfield there from Gray, who ends up tumbling to the 4. Means they can get through for a single. I think there could be a few spots of rain coming down. I think they'll probably get to the end of the over though. It's not hard at all right now, but a few coats and umbrellas are definitely going up in the stands. Essex perhaps looking to try and slow the game down a bit. You can see Lissy McLeod's joking around saying calm down, and Kate Kopak does do that. Full start there. I think with perhaps a wry smile on her face. The umpire's not having any of it though. I think they will complete this over. In comes Kopak again. Oh, and almost spears one into the stumps. Thick inside edge there. Saves Boyce. They get back for, well, just through for 1 in the end. 2 balls remain in the over here. And the rain is definitely coming down. I can see on the window here. But I reckon the umpires are going to want to try and get a result. 2 balls they'll need to do. Kopak in. Full and straight and defended. I can't tell what the weather's doing here. There was a whole flurry of coats and umbrellas about 2 minutes ago, a minute ago now, and it felt like the rain was coming down, but perhaps it subsided a little bit. There's only a few drops on the window. Short from Kopak, and that's pulled away firmly behind square and for 4. Lovely shot there from Sarah Bryce. That ends the power play, bringing up the 50 partnership as well. Bryce and Boyce have batted beautifully for the Blaze. 50 up for this opening partnership. Both of them in the 20s. Both of them looking very impressive. Off just 60 balls in less than 40 minutes. The floodlights are on now. There's hints of a drizzle, but I don't think it's quite raining yet. A few spots here and there, but they do continue here out at the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds. Umpire signals at the end of the power play, so Essex can now have up to 4 fielders outside the ring. Third man, fine leg, deep square leg out at the moment, so it's just the 3. Fine leg is going very fine by the looks of it. Yeah, Lissy McLeod down there. She's about 10 yards in off the rope. McGregor into her 5th over. That was down the leg side, wide signalled by the umpire there. But yeah, so 10 overs gone in the Blaze innings here means we will have a result at least. And the Blaze are way ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis score right now, which is on 21. But a couple wickets will change that very quickly. And that's really what Essex are going to need here. Just wickets to try and peg the Blaze back and reel them back into the game. Short again, another bouncer. Well stopped behind the stumps there from Amarakar. That one's just clipped off her hip by Boyce. Gets down the other end, rotates the strike. These two have done it well so far, but more impressively, they found the boundaries pretty consistently. Each have 3/4 their name, and Sarah Bryce with a 6 as well. Pulled away over deep square leg, flat. She looks to try and open up the face of the bat there, but Kate Kopak is positioned well at point. Short again, pulled around the corner, finds the gap, bisects those 2 fielders out there on the square leg boundary to perfection, does Sarah Bryce. She's on to 31 with it. 31 off 35. She is racing along here. Just pouncing on anything too short by this Essex seam attack. That was another one there by McGregor. This time drops it into the offsides. Shy at the stumps there from Smale. 11 overs gone. 56 on the scoreboard there. 57 on the scoreboard. 7 from that over. Looks like they're having a chat with, well, a chat between the umpires and the ground staff. Ground staff possibly signalling that they want to bring the covers on perhaps, or saying if it gets any harder. Yeah, they will continue by the looks of it, but it definitely isn't going to get any brighter. Yeah, the weather always comes from over the top of the pavilion, and it is not pretty viewing right now. Yeah, at the moment there doesn't seem to be any rain though. Little bits here and there perhaps, but as it continues, Kopak continues. Just having a chat with Gray, and they're just pushing, Flo Miller out there, out onto the boundary. So, deep square, fine leg third man, deep cover for Kopak. Gardner in there at catchman wicket, Gray in there at short extra. Mid on, mid off, and point as well. And that's driven out towards Flo Miller, that sweeper. We have had the result of the first game of the men's T20 Blast Finals Day. There's again another one driven out towards deep cover. Somerset are through to the final. They defeated Lancashire Lightning by 23 runs. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 81 off 52 at the top of the order. Pretty much sealed it. They got 182. And Lancs were 159 all out with just one ball to spare, so they're always falling short. Keaton Jennings, 44, the top scorer for them. And that does look like it will be the end. It is. The rain is coming down harder here at Chelmsford. The covers being brought on very, very quickly. And this could perhaps spell the end of the day's play. There will be probably another hour or two if they do want to get back out here, but we have had the 10 overs, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's perhaps the end of the game. If so, a 25-run win it will be to the Blaze if we are unable to get back out here. Pretty comfortable win in the end for the visitors. It will seal them a home semi-final as well against Lancashire by the looks of it. There is a possibility they have topped the group though, so they may face one of Surrey, Durham or Somerset, depending on the remaining fixtures in the other games. It looks like Durham against Surrey are a bit rain delayed as well, unfortunately, so yeah, Durham only 303 to win at least by the looks of it, which if that is rained off, Surrey will seal themselves as the final team to make the semi-finals. But here it looks like it could be all over. Make sure you stay updated. We may be back, but the rain is really coming down now in the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here at Chelmsford. It's a shame that this could be the end of the season. A very wet end to the season. Just to run you through what has actually happened in today's play. Essex batted first. They scored 211. They were all out with a couple overs to spare. Top score was from Sophia Smale, but it was a reasonable start from Essex. They put on 38 for the opening partnership before Grace Scrivens fell. She made 16 alongside her opening partner Aaron Dowles, fell a couple overs later for 20. Then Lissy McLeod and Liberty Heap combined really nicely. They put on a 50 partnership together before Heap went for 33. Miller fell pretty swiftly after, as did McLeod following the drinks break. She went for 30. And then Smale, after Carr fell quickly, combined nicely with Gardner, 41 and 36 respectively. But in the end, 211 always felt like it was going to be too low a total, and it seems like it may be now. Covers are coming on. The rain is very much heavy at the moment. And then the Blaze did it pretty comfortably in the end. Boyce and Bryce, as you can see, 23 and 33 not out respectively, have been very impressive in the first 12 overs that we have played here today. We'll be back hopefully for a few more overs, but it looks perhaps unlikely with pretty dark clouds over to our right. If we are back, we'll see you shortly. If not, thank you for following the Essex women all season. We're back for some men's county championship the week after next. But otherwise, we'll see you next year for the next Essex ladies game.